real nice to be fun. Sorry.
Okay. It's November 15th, Board of County Commissioner meeting. Apologies that we're starting a little bit late, but we'll start with the 8:30 a.m.
Oh, how do I turn my mic? Yep,
Top
mic,
left.
mic and speakers.
Top left.
Better?
Now maybe? Yep. Oh, what a-
It's bottom left, isn't it?
Bye.
To mute it or turn
That one.
so
Okay, now try. Okay,
works different.
there you go. Thank you.
Actually, mine's right there. Okay. 8:30 a.m. Approval of marijuana licenses. Nanette.
Come up there, stand up.
Yeah, come on over.
I don't know what you want me to do.
Get in front of the camera.
Just an administrative approval, licenses intact. Everybody has indicated their approval for the renewal.
Okay, and that's your recommendation is to approve?
Yes.
All right, consider it done.
Great, thank you.
Public comment. If anybody is out there on Zoom and wants to make a public comment, just raise your hand and you'll be moved over and then we can hear what you have to say. We'll give a 30 seconds or so for you to figure that out.
Do you see anybody with their?
While we're waiting for that,
No.
you all might have already discussed this and asked Peter, is this public hearing starting at 9, something that we need to get to as close to 9 as possible?
No, it can be anytime as long as it's not before 9.
Okay. All right, hearing no public comment. Public comment is closed. We'll move on to County Commissioner updates. My only update is I'm working on a couple of different statewide panels that I got appointed to by, I think, CCI. One of them is related to EMS sustainability. The other one is related to ground ambulance licensing. And unfortunately, one of them is today at 1:30. So I will not be able to attend the ROMP update. I will be back certainly for the joint meeting with Open Space. George.
I don't really have much for you. I'm looking through my calendar to see if there's anything. Let's see here. I'm on this LCO. I've been on the committee that's going to hire its executive director. That's the local coordinating organization that's doing universal pre-K rollout and going to start to impact all of the services that are offered to ages 0 through 5. We've got some good candidates and hopefully we make a good hire there. Kind of gearing up for the session meetings around the bill that Judy Amable intends to run on the giving counties permission to regulate shooting on private property in dense neighborhoods. Meetings on that are moving forward, and talking to county commissioners increasingly around the state and hearing that this is an emerging problem everywhere. So,
Yeah.
And hearing pretty bipartisan support for the concept.
It's basically just adding authority at the county level. It's not like you're compelled to do
Yeah, it's
anything.
permissive.
It just gives you the ability to.
If counties wish, and they can
Yeah.
follow that Forest Service thing and close some areas if it's appropriate.
Probably get support, I would think.
It's a legislative response to all of the issues that, not all of the issues, to the comments we've heard from St. Mary's.
Right.
Other than that, I think that's probably sufficient for the day.
Okay, George?
I'm Randy, but yeah, anyway, that was George over there.
Yeah.
We're getting pretty laid back here. Over at NOCO, I mentioned before that the Codex work, there's a Codex working group that's doing multiple layers of mapping and resources, hotspots, everything. And Matt is actually Matt Taylor's been, since he was the originator of the original hotspot map for NOCO, will represent jurisdiction needs a representative there. So he'll be doing that. And toward that end, the cell data, we turned in a list of places that included, I had it a second ago here. And basically, we turn in a list of each county, each jurisdiction has been asked to turn in a list of locations that we'd like to see mobility data that could, for example, enhance and inform our ROMP plan and stuff like that. And so we went through a few people, Trails crew and myself and others, and looked at some potential locations, and interestingly came up with almost the same locations, the same list. It was almost a duplicate list. And we were asked for 3 to 5, so we put in 8, and they've all been accepted for consideration. And now what they've got to do is look at the data, and we turned in Stevens Gulch, Grays and Torreys area, the Yankee Hill Columbine Campground into Gilpin and St. Mary's area. Also Jones Pass, Urad Lake and Hassel Lake is another region. North Empire and Red Elephant area as one, because it's kind of landlocked and only has 2 accesses in. The Mount Evans Wilderness area, including the Chicago Lakes area and those trails. The West Chicago Creek, Hell's Hole area, which is distinct from Saxon Mountain to Cascade Creek because there's a lot of residential yet recreational use in that area. Also, the Beaverbrook watershed is places we could use data. And from that, they'll pare down some areas for Clear Creek County, located down to the highest priority list. It can be additional data to that which we collect at some point. And this is general mobility data versus survey data. It's just where people are rather than what people think and what they're looking for. Had an AP interview regarding, Associated Press interview regarding co-responder systems, and also an interview with Colorado Sun regarding renaming and the Evans family and the Evans name and some stuff that they were writing over there. And then beyond that, we'll be firing up. We haven't had an AGS Transit Subcommittee meeting, which has been core to Clear Creek strategy in the CE and I-70 Coalition for some time, part of the record of decision. And we haven't had a subcommittee meeting on that in some time, so we'll be having an AGS subcommittee meeting and thinking about what transit looks like in the quarter. What our next steps are over the next year towards trying to increase the amount of available transit at the state level for us in this quarter. So that meeting will be taking place next Monday, and be able to report back after that. That's it.
One other thing popped into my head. CCAT retreat. I was planning on, that's in Boulder Thursday morning and then Friday morning. I was planning on driving. Now I'm looking at the weather. It's supposed to snow Thursday night. So I think I might stay in Boulder. And I'm going to ask staff for an update on our budget, whether there's room in our budget to get me a hotel room or if I'm coming out of pocket, but I think I'm going to do that.
Yeah, wasn't really sure on that one. Another thing for me is that I hate those drives back on. I have a lot of meetings, a lot of NOCO meetings that I attend on Friday in Boulder, Friday mornings, at least once a month. And I really detest the drive home during high season, both summer and winter. And so just to inform that decision.
Good. That's all.
But I'd like to be there in person myself for that meeting. I think it's important. I'm currently chair and will not be by the end of that because I'm term limited over at CCAT. I've been chair there for about almost 3 years. So
I would think with all the reduced travel and expenses from COVID, there's probably some money in the budget.
I've been to a lot of conferences.
Exactly.
that's kind of where you didn't go to Washington. But
Yeah, that was fun. I mean, really impactful too. All right, so county manager update.
Thank you. Just a heads up, I need to attend a funeral in Minnesota, so I'm going to Minnesota over Thanksgiving. We'll be gone the Monday and Tuesday after that Thanksgiving holiday weekend, so just heads up, I'll be out of the office. You all did agree to the need for the 11/22 budget meeting, so we've got that scheduled for next Tuesday. Had a conversation with George when he and I met yesterday. I'm hoping to talk with each of you individually too, with respect to anything in particular you want to see or hear that morning. So Just a heads up, we'll be prepared to talk budget. We'll be prepared to come back with the 10 or 15 items that had come up during that all-day session as well. We'll be prepared to answer some of those questions. Jail inspections, we're nearing the end of the year. I know one of you has scheduled your jail inspection, so I think.
I think I tried to do it today, right? Did it work
could
out?
Try to do it today if you wanted to, yeah. So we just want to make sure we get those in before the end of the.
Yeah, thanks.
Maybe we can go together. Is this, my understanding was, does every commissioner have to visit the jail once a year?
At least
or-
once, right?
Yes, everyone, it says the commissioners shall. It doesn't say the board shall, or it doesn't really clarify. So my recommendation,
I know we were pretty lax during the COVID era and stuff like that. We didn't get it done, as I recall. We may not have, so it's important that we do that for sure. And I don't think they have to be scheduled in advance to do. I think we can just let them know we're coming to do it.
yeah, Beth is taking care of
I
it.
actually think that's the best way to do it personally, but.
Last item is just to let you know, we did end up hearing that we got a grant from Henderson for the DOD sub-area plan.
Oh, nice.
So another big project for Amy's team. So that was, thank you. That was use of ARPA money as a match to go out and get more money. So hopefully enough to fund that sub-area plan. So with that, I'll stop there.
All right. All right, we're still about 15 minutes behind, but we'll take up the 9 a.m. public hearing to consider declining participation in the Colorado Paid Family and Medical Leave Insurance Program. Come join us, please.
Okay. So, me, Carol Ann Fortune, HR Director. And I am here to recommend to the Board of County Commissioners via resolution that the county opt out or decline to participate in the Colorado Paid Family and Medical Leave Insurance Program, also called Family. I'm not here to recommend that we not allow employees to participate in this program. I'm simply recommending that we not make it mandatory and subsequently save the taxpayers a considerable sum of money. After reaching out to surrounding counties, the majority, if not all, have chosen to opt out as well. A little bit of background, I'm sure you're familiar with FMLA, Family Medical and Leave Act, which entitles eligible employees of covered employers, which we are one, to take unpaid job protected leave for specified family and medical reasons. And the spirit of this program is really job protection. So with FAMLI or family, the spirit of this is paid leave. So in 2020 in the general election, the voters passed Prop 118, which allows for paid family and medical leave funded through a payroll tax, which is to be paid 50-50 by the employee and the employer through a payroll tax. And this allows for the same FMLA rights of job protection, but also with paid leave. The Colorado Department of Labor and Employment administers the program by requiring participating employers and employees to participate through that payroll premium deduction coming out of each paycheck. And the state uses the money basically to fund these wage benefits that if someone were to need it, they would be able to file a claim for. And from my understanding, that payout only happens if the fund has money in it, just like unemployment insurance. So there's not really even a guarantee that funding will be available depending on the demand of the program, which we don't know yet what that will be.
Can I stop you right there?
Yeah.
I'm kind of surprised to hear that about unemployment insurance. Has anyone in the room ever heard of a scenario of somebody not getting their unemployment insurance?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, yes. Many
Okay.
stories. So the governments can choose to opt out or not to participate. If we choose not to participate, private industry is going to make up the difference by subsidizing the employer cost so that employees can still participate in the program individually without having to worry about coming up with the other 50% of their wage.
So who pays it?
It's private industry. I'm not really sure exactly where that funding is coming from. So the initial premium rate is set at 0.9% of wages for 23 and 24. And in 25, the program director can increase that percentage to 1.2% of employees' taxable wages. And employers are required to pay at least 50% of that premium. So a quick analysis of this, if we choose to opt in, this would cost the county approximately $73,000 a year to participate. And it would cost our employees roughly $25 a month, which they are not paying now. And if we were to participate, they would not have the option to opt out of. The county would be required to remit all the premiums from employees and employers, whether the employees wanted to participate or not. And they would be committing to enroll in this program for 3 years. So even if we had a complete backlash and the majority of our people did not want to do it, we would be locked in for 3 years. The family benefit is capped at $1,100 a week, and the county currently pays for short-term and long-term disability benefits. Short terms up to 13 weeks at $750 a week, and long-term is capped at $3,000 a week. So I'll go over a little bit here about how our benefits compare. But if we opt out, our employees would still have the ability to participate in the program, as I said, at the same exact rate that they would if we were opting in. There is no special enrollment period for them. So if we had someone that was, say, planning a family and they decided they wanted to participate in this, they could go in and planning for that. They could opt into the program, start paying in their premiums, and then they would just file the claim whenever they're ready to use the program. The county can opt in at any time if we change our minds. And local governments, which decline to fully participate in the program, do have to reevaluate every 8 years. So we would have to vote again in 8 years from now to continue to decline. So to go over real quickly, kind of a benefits comparison, we offer FMLA now, which is the job protection piece. So that's already locked into place. We already do that. We have a generous sick leave program, which is up to 80 hours a year. And it is based on, accrual, and it is something that you start accruing from day one. 80 hours gets you to the exact mark of when short-term disability kicks in, and then short-term disability automatically rolls into long-term disability if you still have the need. So we have that full coverage for much longer than the 12 weeks that the family program offers. Our generous PTO policy on top of the sick leave and the short-term disability and long-term disability allows for accrual of up to $200 hours each year. And that, can carry over. We also have a voluntary paid time off donation leave pool, which allows people that have excessive PTO that they're not going to use to put it into a pool for people that need specifically for like an FMLA style situation. We also offer comp time in lieu of overtime. So people who are working regularly overtime can accumulate time off rather than receiving the overtime pay. We have 3 options before us today. Number 1 is to participate in the family program. And this option would mean, again, that we're paying 50% or 0.45% of wages, 50% of the premium, and employees would be considered required to pay the other 0.45%. And then the second option is to decline participation in family. In order to decline, we do have to have a vote, and then we would be required to notify the family division of our vote. And then the third option is to decline employer participation in family, but opt to still facilitate payroll deductions for any employees that chose to opt in.
So rather than mandatory, so it's either decline, it's decline completely, or mandate, or allow, basically, are our 3 options.
Allow through payroll deduction.
And you're recommending allow?
We're recommending decline participate. If an individual wants to participate, they would go to the state, they would enroll in the program themselves, and they would submit their own premiums
Okay.
themselves.
So we wouldn't have to do the payroll. And
Correct.
the costs and
You would or would not?
would not.
We would not. That's the recommendation. So deadlines, deductions are set to begin January 1st of 23. With benefit eligibility starting January 1st of 2024. So our employees would be paying in for an entire year, and so would we, before they would able to be realizing any of the benefit. The family division does not, if they don't receive notice from us by January 2nd of 2023, then they're going to assume that we've already decided to participate in the program, and we would have to start remitting those premium payments April 1st of 23. The initial vote can happen anytime before January 1st of 23. And then, so just in conclusion, staff is recommending that Clear Creek County decline participation in family and decline to collect payroll employee premiums for paycheck deductions.
So if I can summarize how I heard that.
Yeah.
It sounds like you're observing that because of the fairly rich set of benefits Clear Creek already offers, this is essentially not a good deal for the employees. They'd be paying a good bit of money to get coverage that they don't need, because it would only basically help them for a 2-week period.
Yes.
So if somebody knew for sure they were going to be having a kid or something, then it might make sense for them
To opt in individually.
like the week before. But I mean, that's classic
Yeah.
adverse selection. I'm surprised they designed the program that way, but be that as it may, I think that makes sense to me.
Chairman, Mike. Caroline, can you explain how we notified employees and did we hear anything back from our employees?
Yes, thank you. So we did send a notice out last week inviting everyone to either attend and give public comment or to send their comments in directly to HR or to submit them in writing. And I have not received anything to date. No one showed up here today. I haven't received any even sidebar conversations from employees about this. I will say that in doing some research, I found that one of the things that they state is only 18% of US workers currently have access to paid leave. We're far above that. We're not in that percentage. We offer such excellent benefits that are greater than this program that it would be a penalty for everyone else that isn't in this specific need to have to pay into a program that they're not going to use.
And even the person who was going to get the benefit,
Could still do it at the same
but
rate.
it's not really that attractive.
Yeah, the only disruption for them would be the ease of use. The convenience of having it be something that we administer for them.
And just so you know, before a motion is made, if you could open it up to public comment, the law does require it the way that it's written.
All right,
As Carol Ann indicated, we haven't received any.
maybe we could just do public comment now and then we could do our own deliberation.
Exactly. That would.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, perfect. I'd like to open public comment for this particular topic. The Colorado paid family and medical leave insurance program. So if you're online and you're interested in making a comment, please raise your hand. We'll elevate you to be a panelist and we can hear what you have to say. And there's no non-staff members in the room, I will observe, so no one came here in person to make a public comment. Do you see anything, Beth?
No, Debbie's doing the
sorry.
Zoom, sorry.
I do not see any hands
Okay,
raised.
so we will close public comment and have our deliberation. So please feel free to ask Carol Ann whatever questions you have, George and Randy. I feel satisfied with the recommendation.
Yeah, so do I. We discussed this within the last couple of months. At this point, it makes sense. I have some curiosity as to whether participation in family can, in the future, be a cost-saving measure, frankly. But that we're not going to solve that one today. I think it's worth looking into, and especially given we have the opportunity to see how this program works when people start to use it. But for right now, I think this is the right decision.
Well, and I've paid a fair amount of attention to it, and I know the other commissioners have as well. And I think that anecdotally, that most of the email string feedback, because there was a robust discussion about who's opting in and out. By a few people were asking the question at CCAT on their gigantic email string, and almost all the input that everybody came back with is our county is opting out because it's not a good deal for our employees based on what we've got right now. And it doesn't mean that family won't change and find ways to become better over time, and that we might choose to do it for other reasons in the future as we watch experience. But if we don't have any comment from our own staff, we have a good set of measures that's well above that 18% best case scenario, and our fellow counties are doing the same thing. It makes sense to follow the recommendation.
Okay, anything else? So Pete, we need some kind of a motion.
Yes, if you just move to approve the resolution that is in the packet relating to this, that declines family participation and declines making payroll deductions.
I move we approve resolution number 22-67 as described by the county attorney.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you, Carol Ann. Thanks, Pete. Move on to the next one. Consideration of approval of resolution 2269, resolution to amend the 2022 original appropriation for Clear Creek County funds. And that, Maria.
Runway.
Okay. Sharing the screen here, let's see. Quick, technology gods.
Are you going to stay at your computer, Maria?
I'll try to come stand here. I just want to get it to show.
You can sit too.
Okay, that might be better. I don't want to tempt fate here. Okay, the resolution before you is consideration of supplemental appropriations for 4 of our special revenue funds. The first one is our emergency telephone fund. We had some need to take care of some radio equipment repair and maintenance this year, and some software configuration improvements. We also have been experiencing this year so far and expect it to continue utility costs that are at a level greater than we expected when we set the budget. There is plenty of available fund balance to cover these expenditures, and we are requesting a supplemental appropriation of another $164,000 in the emergency telephone fund. In our lodging tax fund, we have good news here. Revenues are coming in significantly higher than the original forecast planned for. As the board is aware, we have an agreement in place with the Tourism Bureau. We remit almost all of that tax over to them once we receive it. So we need the appropriation room to be able to continue to remit that tax to them. We had one other thing going on this year. We completed a reconciliation of 2018 of all the payments made to the Tourism Bureau and found that we needed to make a correction for one of the quarters. So we needed to remit to the Bureau another $38,000 from 2018 when we did it in the current year. So that is also putting a little pressure on the original budget adopted in this fund. So we're asking for a supplemental appropriation of $400,000 this year. There is available fund balance to cover that reconciliation, and then there is also revenues coming in, lodging tax revenues to cover this. In our Human Services Fund, another somewhat of a good news story here too as well. We are paying SNAP benefits, food assistance benefits to households, processing those, and they are being paid out at a rate higher than we anticipated. During COVID in 2020, the state increased the amount that households could get in food assistance benefits. And we thought that perhaps in 2022, they might drop that back down to historic amounts, the pre-COVID amounts, and they have not. They've continued to pay at these higher levels per household, which is actually really good news for our residents who really need this stopgap measure. This is a 100% pass-through cost, so we pay the benefit out to the residents and we turn around and we recoup it from the state. So we're asking for a supplemental appropriation of $800,000 in the Human Services Fund. And then finally, in our Health Clinic Debt Service Fund, this is where we accumulate resources to cover the debt payment for the build out of that clinic. We also cover the operation of that facility. So we have a property manager that helps us with the operation of the facility. We're paying utilities costs for the building. When the 22 budget was set, the only thing that we budgeted for and requested from the commissioners was the actual debt service payment, principal and interest. We need to finish out a couple of projects on this building. We need to complete installation of the generator, the donor wall, and some additional signage at that facility. We also need to make sure that we budgeted properly for the property management fees and then common area maintenance items and utilities. There is rent revenue available and fund balance that will cover this request for an appropriation of $350,000. With that, staff is recommending approval of this resolution, and I will turn it back to you, Chair.
Okay. So my interpretation is this is something that's required by statute. I want to call it a technicality, but these funds are separate from the general fund and they have their own charter essentially. And so we're essentially making some
Go ahead. You both spoke at once. Go ahead.
Actually, I didn't say anything.
Oh, I thought I heard it. I have this is kind of, it doesn't, it's only marginally related to that. One of the areas was the lodging tax and the tourism board. And I guess this is completely a separate conversation from the one that we need to have now about reevaluating and restructuring the amount of money that goes to the tourism board at this time because of the passage of both the county lodgers tax ballot measure and the Georgetown lodging tax ballot measure. Is that correct? Yeah. So it'll be a whole different conversation starting in 2023.
You are correct, Commissioner.
And we need to bring you a new agreement too.
Yeah, I mean, Sean, I think you described it well. Thank you for the explanation. Of these 4 supplemental appropriations, only one of them appears to be where our expenditures were actually higher than we planned for. And we know that was the E911 fund, and we know that was because of utility costs and maybe some unforeseen expenditures or something. I guess.
Unbudgeted projects,
Was
projects that weren't budgeted for in the current fiscal year budget that.
Was it unbudgeted projects?
Correct.
Okay. So that's something that I just want to note. I'm not going to vote against this appropriation. The money's been spent. We would be in a weird position if we weren't going to appropriate money that had already been spent. But I do want to take a moment to point out, I think the right process would involve knowing that we're going to go over budget, knowing that we're thinking about executing projects that weren't in the budget, and having the conversation with the board then, rather than at the end of the year for a supplemental appropriation.
Thank you, Commissioner. I agree. Yes.
I think that's to the extent, obviously, that we know that you're able to know that, we'd like to have an error-free structure and organization. And of course, we'll never have a totally error-free organization or structure. And that means that occasionally these things will happen that we'll have to do.
And that could have happened in this case, had the choice been to do that.
Yeah. No, I think this was an oversight that happened before your time. So,
Yeah, certainly in one of our cases. Yeah, 2018.
Yeah, I mean, the only time that this board has the ability to influence decisions like that is when they're brought to us in advance. And after the fact, we're basically legally obligated. And I like to have the ability to comment on expenditures coming out of this budget.
Yeah, and the only thing I'm trying to point out is that errors, you don't know about an error in advance or you wouldn't make it. So that's why it's hard to have a conversation about an error before it happens. That was the only point I was trying to make. I'm not in conflict with what you're saying. I too would like to know everything in advance to make decisions on it. But usually the person who makes an error and then discovers the error later and brings it to us doesn't know about the error before they make the error. They wouldn't have made the error.
Yeah, it sounds more to me, and we shouldn't get into it, but it sounds more to me like we had projects that were executed that weren't budgeted for. And that's not a mistake. That's a decision to do a project.
I agree with you.
For.
And I'm not disagreeing with that. One of the items that was brought up was the 2018, for example, so I'm saying is to use that universally across the board for these is.
No, and that's not, I didn't do that. What I did was speak specifically about the E911 fund.
I didn't mean to embarrass you at all by just pointing something else out that I thought was germane as well. And not trying to be in conflict at all.
Great.
yeah, my only thing to add to it, I heard about this oversight kind of unofficially before, and I agree with George, right? When these things come up, I think it's our responsibility to talk about them in public before it's too late to do anything other than rubber stamp them.
The challenge for myself and Maria is that we don't know about them until after the project happens.
So that's what
And that's something we need to get in front of,
There's nothing we
obviously.
can do because we don't know the project is happening and we just know a bill comes in and there's no money in the budget to pay for the project. And that hence we have to come back to you to appropriate the funds in order to.
And sometimes, and the reason I bring it up on some of these others in that context is that, for me on projects in a certain sector, there are budget line items that overrun, and that happens in projects sometimes. And the supervisors, sometimes they're moving forward with these things and they're not, it's because the supervisor in a given case may not be paying close enough attention or somebody doesn't make a report. And so they find out after the fact that they've overrun a budget in an area and they realize they're in trouble after the fact. And all I was trying to point out that was in some of these cases, we're going to have human error. And that's the reason they end up coming to us. And I'm sure that you accept that as well. And that's all I was trying to say.
All right. So I think we need a motion here. Sounds like we're done talking about it.
Yeah, that's enough grousing from me.
Me too.
Move we approve resolution 22-69 to amend the 22 original appropriation for Clear Creek County Fund.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you, Maria. On to our, we're almost cut up now, 8 minutes behind, our 9:30 abatement hearing. Diane.
Good morning.
Good job.
Guess we'll just start at the beginning, huh?
Debbie, do you have anybody on the,
Yes.
the list that might be an abatement person? Diane will know the names.
I have them in my notes too. Okay, can you see them? Map. I don't see them. Morse, I see Crow. Eight. I don't know who SK is.
SK.
So my recommendation would be announce each hearing, ask if anybody's here to speak and could they raise their hand for it? And if not, we'll go on from there.
Okay, that sounds like an idea. All right. The first one is abatement for, we have Karen Sinner, Terry Sinner, David Brown, Robert Gagnon, and Cynthia Gagnon. Those are the 5 people. And this is a cabin up West Chicago Creek. Is anybody here for this hearing? Wait, raise your hand. Okay. Did we?
I have one.
Oh, do you have one?
I do. I'll move them over. Mr. Morris, you were moved over. Please accept. Okay, there's the panelist.
Any of you spots the page on the PDF?
It's the first one, isn't it?
It's the last
I
one.
gotta pull mine out.
2262?
I don't have my packet up right now.
Oh, I got you. 366.
Page 26.
Okay, Diane, why don't you give us an overview, including your recommendation?
Okay, this is a cabin up West Chicago Creek on forest land, and it's 522 square feet. And we had it valued at 85,400. Based on the comparables, we're recommending adjustment to 70,640 based on the comparables.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I have to apologize. I'm not associated with that property. I had raised my hand when first asked if I'm here for abatement. I'm with JGE Mine.
Oh, okay.
Sorry about that.
We can do that one next, and then, since he's on the line.
Okay, so that's one.
So anyway, nobody's on the line for this one, so we should go ahead and,
21 and 22 values.
pardon me?
Is it for 2021 and 2022?
Gentleman's name is on the line.
It's for
And it was
21,
6, but it sounds like.
and
seed was-
22 was adjusted through protest.
So
21, we're recommending adjustment for just 21.
there's some confusion here. Are you talking about case number 22-62 right now? Which case are you talking about?
I don't have the numbers on them.
No, they're all in the packet.
What's the name?
The name is Karen Senior, Senier, is the first name on top of it.
Okay,
Okay, so yeah,
that's 2262, the
Gagnon.
first
Okay,
one.
I figured out. Thank you.
Okay, yes, please do go ahead, give us the overview, your recommendation, and we can
Okay,
allow the property owner to have a word and move on.
And I'm sorry, just to make the record clear, because I think you two were speaking over yourselves. What is this particular case? number?
22-62.
Thank you.
I'm having a really hard time finding the,
Top, first one.
what's that?
Should be the first one, yes.
No,
It's in
no,
the
what I'm saying
packet.
is finding the packet itself. I'm going to the agenda center and not finding the full packet for some reason when I get there.
Sorry,
I didn't have it pulled up. Yeah, I mean, I see the November 15th. I'm hitting download and I'm getting let me try HTML. Let's see if that's.
Yeah, I did PDF.
Yeah, I did that too and I didn't get it. I'm just seeing the agenda itself.
Okay.
Sorry.
Sorry.
I don't know what's up. Let me just get back to it.
I think that's it. I think you just have to go down to
No, that's all there is.
you have to click on the hyperlink.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's what's going on.
You go down
Sorry,
a couple
guys.
Pages.
I'll get
hit
with
that
you in a
hyperlink
second
and
here.
it pops open a new window.
Yeah, it's just, it's a different operation than we had before and I'm just in the wrong spot. Sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead without me right now. I don't want to hold this up.
Okay, so it's a 522 square foot cabin located up West Chicago Creek on forest land. And we had it valued at $85,400. Based on the comparables, we're recommending adjustment to $70,640, which is a refund of $75.88 on taxes.
Did you speak to the property owner about this one?
No, I did not. They had called and asked when the hearing was, but I have not talked to them. But they were wanting 65,000, and the comparables don't show anything that low, but I thought the 70,000 was close.
Okay. So the gentleman that's on the line to speak about this one, now's your chance to,
He's not talking about this one. We're going to go to his next.
so there's no one on the line for this
Right,
one.
right, because we'd already started this one.
Okay.
That's what George caught a second ago.
So, I gotcha. So, yeah, if that's your recommendation, that looks reasonable to me. And if somebody had wanted to question it, this is their time to do so and they're not here.
Correct.
Yeah, looking at the comparables, I agree with your recommendation.
Same.
Okay, can we get a motion for that one?
Move we accept the assessor's recommendation for, is this abatement for abatement?
Yes, it's an abatement.
22-62.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
So now we're moving to 6-3, correct?
No, we're going to do the gentleman on the phone.
Okay.
And Beth, this is JGE,
6, right?
or it's
Yes.
RMSG LLC.
So that's the last
The
one.
last one, yes.
Number 66, page 26, George, is that what you said?
Whoa.
Hi there. So we're going to have the assessor give a little overview and then it'll be your chance to chime in. So go ahead, Diane.
Okay, this is 8-acre property located up off of South Spring Gulch and Laughing Valley Ranch Road. And well, it's 13 acres, sorry. And on my comparables, we put it because of its irregular shape. So we're adjusting it from 92,700 to 68,500 based on the comparables. And this is for 2021, which means we're using sales from July 1 of 18 through June 30th of 2020.
And there's a structure
No, this is vacant land.
and the petitioner requested 40,000, correct?
Yes. Well, that's what he paid for it, but it was a private sale. It was not on the open market, so
Oh, I see.
we don't look at those.
I got you. Okay. So the gentleman is on the line. Now is your opportunity to make your case. So I'm turning it over to you.
Okay, thank you. My primary contention is the grade of that land. The lowest grade from the road is 59%, which will make putting any sort of driveway or access incredibly difficult, incredibly expensive, easily $100,000. And that is the reason Billy Lee sold it to me for 40,000. And I had never met him from Adam before. I actually randomly ran into him looking at other land up off Laughing Valley Road. And the notion that Billy Lee, a complete stranger at the time, gave me $20,000-$30,000 in value when he's very familiar with the land values and what it takes to build on them is something I can't quite comprehend. So I think given the fact that I guess it wasn't technically publicly listed, but it was a sale between complete strangers at fair market value, I believe. And given the fact that the grade is so steep, I would request that the valuation be at least much closer to the original purchase price, $40,000.
Yeah, and this is Sean. I mean, we've done these many of these, and our process is very constrained by state statute. And so when it's mentioned that it wasn't an arm's length transaction, there's no suggestion that there was anything improper or that anybody gave you anything. It's just noting that the way that the process works by statute, that transaction is not to be considered in the valuation of the land. What is to be considered is other land that's sold in the same time frame that's similar to your property and that's adjusted by the assessor. So does that make sense?
I mean, I guess I can hear that. But I mean, valuation, I think having significantly over that 40,000, it doesn't really make any sense to me. That's why
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, you can continue. I didn't give you enough time to finish your sentence.
Yeah, I was pretty much done.
The only thought I have I agree with Sean that the $40,000 is not germane for the reasons said. It's just not a legal consideration. The only consideration, what I have heard in this conversation was when somebody says that the least steep grade on the entire property starting at the road is, did you say 59%?
Yes.
60% grade's an awfully steep road, which could lend it to be undevelopable. And so do we have any corroboration at our level that we know that to be the case, to corroborate those grades? Because it could be undevelopable land if that's the case.
Well, if it's undevelopable, that would have to be, kind of proven to us because.
That's what I mean, yeah.
Yeah, because that would put it as to a mining claim that's at $200 an acre, which I think this is worth more than that, obviously. And plus his purchase date was after June 30th of 2020. So we can't, his purchase price, we can't even look at. And I know.
The purchase price I'm not asking about. I don't care about that at all. I'm just, the only thing I heard in there that triggered me was just hearing that one item, that if it's 60% grade and it's going up the side of a hill, that 60% grade is about like that. And if that's true, and then it gets from there to steeper.
Right.
And
right.
There's a different argument to be made that might mean we need to corroborate that information in order to make a valid decision, because I couldn't do anything except agree with the assessor based on just a statement made in here today. And that's the result.
I've got a rough layout from the county GIS site. Can you see that?
I think a technical evaluation of that is probably something we wouldn't do in the meeting today, but I'm looking at
Yeah. I'm just kind of curious, sir, what are your plans for the property?
Undecided at the moment, but hopefully figure out a way to build there residential. So, I don't. Obviously, I knew it's going to be real challenging, going to be real expensive, but it just seemed like a good opportunity, so I decided to go for it. The risk was low at 40,000, but yeah, I mean, I did some research. I've actually done land surveying and construction. So, I mean, I was aware of the incredibly steep grade and the challenges that would present. But
Yeah. Okay. Diane, are you persuaded by any of this conversation?
You know, we could, based on this, we could put it to a location poor. And that would take another 12,400 off that value, which that would put him closer to his 40, but not if we take 60.
And that still leaves it potentially developable, but a poor site
Correct.
to develop.
Minus. So that takes it to 56.1.
Okay. I mean, if you're comfortable with that, that sounds reasonable.
I'm comfortable if it's that steep, you know, and it's, you know, all of these comps are steep, but I don't know the exact grade on any of them. So
That's a good point too.
Is poor the lowest rating?
poor, yes. And we have him at fair, so we're taking him from fair to poor, and that's a $12,400 adjustment. And I think that's fair.
You have the most context of anyone in the room about.
Pardon me?
You have the most context of anybody in the room about which properties out there are in poor and which ones are in fair. So if you're comfortable with it, I think I am too.
I'm comfortable with doing that.
Does that work for you, sir?
yeah, I'll take it. Thanks a lot.
Okay, cool. So I think we're ready for a motion on that one too.
I would move that on case number, sorry, I'd blown that up and moved all the way.
I know. 2266.
2266, that we take the assessor's reevaluation of that property down to you said
56.1.
$56,100.
Correct.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion passes. Thank you. What do we do next?
Okay, now we'll go on to Souter and Knapp. What's our number there? Is that 23, Beth?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Souter and Knapp, is that
That's 63.
Yeah.
Page 10.
2263?
Yeah.
Okay, this is a property on 720 Alpine Way up York Gulch. And we had erroneously assessed it at 100% as of January 1, 2020. And it was only 50% complete. So I'm recommending an adjustment to take him to 50% as of January 1, 2020. And then after that, he's 100%. So that's the only year I'm recommending adjustment.
Debbie, do you see anybody online who's,
No one has their hand raised.
okay.
For this, now I do. Now they just raised it.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so if Souter or Knapp is listening, let you join us.
They need to accept it.
So the petitioner was asking between 389 and 409.
So I moved him over.
And what was your,
We had it originally at 498,980, and we're adjusting to 421,1.
I see.
I don't know who it is. There they go. They finally accepted. So they are on, but they are muted.
You can also hit the allow to talk button and it forces them over
Okay,
so that they can talk.
they are
If they
muted.
don't know how to accept the panelist.
Ask to unmute them. Please unmute.
And if they're on a cell phone, it's *6.
There we go.
There you go.
Here I
Now we can
am.
hear you.
Sorry
Okay,
about that.
And who do we have joining us?
Diane Knapp.
Okay, perfect. Did you hear our assessor's overview of your case?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have anything to add?
No, I agree with the assessor's recommendations.
That's easy.
Yeah.
I think unless you guys have other questions, we can have a motion and move on.
I'm good. If George is.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd like to
Thank
make a
you.
motion that we approve the assessor's recommendation on 22-63.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you, Mrs. Knapp, Ms. Knapp. And are we on to 2264?
Yep.
This is Harry and Robin Crow. So
Crow.
if you are on the line, please raise your hand so we can have you join us as a panelist. In the meantime, Diana, if you could give us an overview.
Okay, this is a little house over here on Spring Street. And we're adjusting based on well, it has no bedroom. It's just a one-room little cabin. It's not really a cabin. And we had it valued at $139,540, and we're recommending adjustment to $124,940. So it's a refund of $74.96.
2021?
2020. What he asked for. 2020 value is what's on here, on the abatement.
How many square feet is it?
It's 306.
Oh, wow.
So it's just like a one-room prop structure.
Okay,
They
Debbie.
do rent it out as a B&B, so it is.
Oh. Okay. I guess that doesn't technically, the statute hasn't caught up to that one.
No, it's residential. That's all we get.
I don't have any questions about this one. It seems pretty straightforward. And I have always looked at this house with admiration.
For the concept of minimalism.
Yeah. Yeah. It's cool. It looks cool.
In that case, I'll defer to you on the motion, George.
Okay. Move we approve the assessor's recommendation for tax abatement on case 22-64.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Last one, case 22-65.
And this is Tate, and up in Silver Valley Park.
Okay.
And this house, we don't have anything quite this big to compare it to, is 5,564 square feet. My comparables range from 904 to 1,792 and 864. So we have it valued at 542,080, and I'm recommending denial based on the comparables that are quite a bit smaller. That's what I have in that area, and this is for 2020 and 2021.
The petitioner was asking for 275 to 310, which is pretty
Yeah.
different especially for that.
Well, for the amount of square, but you have to look at the square footage. I mean, this is the biggest, very large. I mean, if,
Is that the
Wanna
Silver
see-
Valley Ranch House?
pardon me?
Is that the Silver Valley Ranch House with the reservoir up there?
Not that, no, it's not that one. It's closer to I-70. You can see it from I-70.
Oh,
They
yeah.
back up right to I-70. It's a huge house,
Yeah.
but they are in a poor location, yes, because they are,
Because of the proximity to the road.
yes,
And that's-
right on I-70, yeah. I mean, they can hear it probably pretty well.
It is designated as a poor location and
Yes, it is.
evaluation.
Yes.
I see it says it's rated as average.
That's the land,
Oh, yeah, okay.
but we can,
That's the,
because traditional, I thought, yeah, location rating down here is poor for the house.
Debbie, has anybody joined us for this one?
No one has raised their hand. I do
This
have
is your
new,
property. Now's your chance. So raise your hand, please, so we can get you as a panelist and hear what you have to say about this one. Otherwise, we're probably going to be acting on this one pretty soon. Yeah, I think your recommendation looks sensible to me.
I'd make a motion that we approve the assessor's recommendation on case 22-65.
second.
Have motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you, Diane.
Thank you.
We're only 3 minutes behind. So 10 o'clock, we're now sitting as a local liquor licensing authority.
Thank you.
And we're taking up consideration approval of the optional premises liquor license renewal application for Lawson Adventure Park and Resort. And Nanette, you're back.
Morning, I'm back again. So this is set for administrative renewal. All the departments have indicated the property is in compliance based on their reviews. But we understand there might be a few questions regarding the approval of the renewal.
And just to give a little bit of background, so the state has a liquor code that we follow, and then we have regulations, our own regulations. There are certain criteria that the board would follow before renewing a liquor license. We also would take public comment if there is a hearing on this matter. But I want the board to be aware of the fact that notwithstanding the criteria in the liquor license, Lawson Adventure Park remains out of compliance on a number of code enforcement issues. Now, we can't tie necessarily the liquor license renewal to that, but the continued non-compliance of Lawson Adventure Park is a very concerning matter. Its history has generally been that they either engage in some sort of non-permitted activity and then seek a permit after the case, or they assure us that they will seek permits and then don't comply within a certain amount of time. The fact that they continually thwart our code is a concern to me. So the board should be aware of this before making any decision today. Again, though, our criteria specifically for the liquor license is fairly defined and necessarily not necessarily associated with the code violations. That being said, if some of the current code violations, such as one example is that the pump house is out of compliance. The pump house has to do with providing the water to the other buildings within at Lawson Adventure Park. I'm not sure its other functions. They are still without a permit. That has been several months. They went and constructed that and hooked everything up without getting the necessary approvals. Our building department has said they are still out of compliance. If those buildings are buildings where liquor is served, then my question would be to go back to our building department and determine whether or not they actually are comfortable with approving the liquor license. Because of course, building, planning, fire authority, various different entities have to chime in and give approval saying they're okay with the liquor license being granted. By the fact that this pump house, for example, may very well touch other aspects of Lawson Adventure Park, I think that could create the basis to deny a liquor license. So I wanted to present that to the board before we actually open it up. And I imagine, is Mr. Books here or on the line? Is he?
Yes, he
Okay.
just,
Yeah.
he just
And we could
raised his
probably
hand.
bring him over, but I just.
Before we invite him to speak, what are the county's recourses to address the pump house situation, putting aside our discussion today about the liquor license?
So we have our code enforcement powers. So typically what we do is we issue a notice of violation. If we can't get compliance, the county planning department and zoning department work very hard with property owners to try and get them into compliance without resorting to taking the next steps, which are to go to court. What typically happens is in the case of Lawson Adventure Park, we will issue a notice of violation or we will send letters. And then just about at the point of prosecution where we actually would file a case and present it to the DA's office, they then come into compliance. But can you imagine the amount of staff hours that it takes to devote to this one single entity? And at a certain point, we admittedly have been focused a little more on all violations countywide in the past year or so, just because of the nature of the fact is that that's a very important component of what the county does. And so we are trying to up our enforcement if people are clearly not taking advantage of the opportunities that the planning department and zoning department give them to come into compliance before actually taking legal action and costing them money.
Okay. Any other compliance issues with Lawson other than the pump house?
Yes, Lawson Adventure Park actually regraded an entire portion of part of its property without even going through site development. And then when site development came out and cited them, they indicated that they would come into compliance by submitting the appropriate documentation. Our county engineer has been working with them for over a year to try and get them into compliance. And indeed, in May, I have an email from the owner of Lawson Adventure Parks confirming that he would abide by a timeline to come into compliance on the site development plan. He is still out of compliance. LIP is still out of compliance in that and is late on that documentation. Again, what are our options? Ultimately, do we go to court? Do we shut them down? These are not necessarily solutions we want. We don't want to hurt a business. We want to encourage that use. So that's where we are. But yes, they are out of compliance with that. As far as I know, there's no other outstanding violations that are not being addressed.
They moved the structure, they built a structure on county-owned land and open space land also without any kind of
How long ago was that?
permission. I don't know if they moved that building or if that's been.
They have in fact moved that building. It's been on.
If you're going to speak, just come to the podium if you don't mind.
I'm John Butcher. I'm the Recreation Facilities Manager. Yeah, so it's right across from the Lawson Whitewater Adventure Park, or our Lawson Whitewater. Open Space actually went and had the property surveyed just so we could see where they were. They had a number of structures, a sign, a fence on the property. They wanted to put a letter together, sent it to them. So they have since moved their equipment off of it, but they have done some earth moving on open space property that they've agreed to revegetate. But yeah, so it was just something that I noticed and that we've been in talks with open space about and to get them to move off of our property. So
thank you.
Yep.
So there are, I guess there's two things we're looking at here. One is a repeated pattern of activity that seems to continue unabated if we have promises made in May that have not been kept to date. And anecdotally, I know of other types of things that have not been, complaints have not been filed that people have reported me and that I've witnessed because, you want to try to work with the people in their operations, and it's been handled through direct communication with them to get them into cease certain activities. But the second one, all of those things piled up, like what you've just documented to us, is whether there is actual legal linkage between this liquor license and whether those constitute reasons to deny a liquor license approval. And whether the criteria of liquor license approval is, if it's straightforward and confined enough that none of the things we've talked about constitute a reason to deny the liquor license, then we need to at least make sure that we're operating within our own rules about how we do that, about how we treat the liquor license itself. However, we have not only, LAP, but other things that we've tried to enforce in the county that simply by virtue of the manpower of the sheriff's office and different people like that and planning and zoning are difficult for us to do, whether nuisances on property or actions of, commercial establishments operating their operations on public lands and, stuff like that where they're not in compliance. I think the message I want to have come out of this meeting is not that, people can continue to always get away with that because there's nothing we can do about it because it would take us too many hours in court or too many more sheriff's deputies to get it done. I think the deal out there is the rules still have to be followed and that we will, to the extent that we can, vigorously continue to follow up on those and suggest that if people can't operate their businesses or their personal properties in a way that is in keeping with the law, that they end up losing the entitlement to operate those businesses and engage in those activities. And I don't know what the big answer is to that when your resources are limited, but I don't want to be known as the place where you can get away with it because we don't have enough people on the street.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I'm concerned by this pattern of violation. I'm also concerned by what you stated that without having inspected that pump house and liquor activities relying on running water, that there actually
That's the
might
linkage
be,
potentially.
you know, there might be something here that would cause us to say alcohol cannot be safely dispensed at this place.
And let me just clarify also, in the application itself, there is an error, not from them, but our building department indicated no violation. But our planning director notes that there are violations of the building code and the building permit was not obtained for the constructed pump house. So that there's a conflict, which I want to point out is very likely due to the fact that the current building inspector had taken over from another building inspector. And so in that transition, I think the communication got lost. I just wanted to mention that.
So looking at the process, just looking at what's written in bold on this agenda here, it says if there is no public comment, the following item can be approved administratively by the chairman. I think what I would like to do is ask the chairman not to approve it administratively. I'd like to ask for a hearing on this. I'd like to schedule it with enough time for the attorney's office to investigate this issue.
I think that sounds pretty reasonable. I mean, Randy and I got sworn in on the same day, and one of the very first issues we dealt with was related to a CO at the very beginning of this business. And it seems like for whatever reason, it's been one thing after another during my entire time here.
I'd recommend that we hear from Mr. Brooks just because he's here in terms of the rescheduling. And then I think we need to determine a date certain so that he's noticed. Presently, we will still issue written notice of the hearing. And it's very possible if the matters are addressed, it turns out any concerns we have are addressed overall, and there's no reason to withhold the liquor license at that time. Certainly, we can administratively address it then.
And a couple questions for you, Pete, and for you, George. Did you have the first question for you, is this for a license starting January 1st, 2023? So I'm just wondering how much runway we have to deal with this.
We have some time because the reason we do it at this point, my understanding, and Nanette can speak to it better, but my understanding is that we try to get it done now because the state likes to have something in place, but I don't think his license expires for a little while, does it?
His license actually expired October 20th.
Never mind.
But because it's been renewed with us, he's still able to operate until we take action. The state likes to see us take action within 90 days of that expiration date, so we do have some time.
Okay, so we potentially have till like the end of the year. Yeah. And did you have a time frame in mind?
No, I kind of defer to the attorney's office how long he'd like to take to wrap his business.
I think we could put this on the agenda for December 20th, the meeting on December 20th. That gives 4 weeks to address it, and at least I would have a better idea from both our planning department and perhaps even speaking to our special projects coordinator as far as how the pump house interacts with the other properties at Lawson Adventure Park.
Yeah, okay. And Mr. Brooks, I'll bring you over. Before I do, I just wanted to make an observation that I know that just the general way that this county operates has gotten more professional, and I know that everyone has to adjust to that. I imagine that things were allowed in the past that are probably not going to be allowed going forward. And it's been 6 years since we've been having these conversations. So I appreciate you as a business owner and somebody who's bringing tourism dollars and providing a valuable service with that. But with that said, I'd also love to hear about how this is going to stop becoming a problem. So go ahead, Mr. Brooks.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, great. I'm here with Zach, who I was just was kind of planned on speaking to any liquor concerns that you guys might have. But so, I mean, in general, Sean, I take tremendous offense to what Peter has said and kind of the representation you just put out of us being in violation. The truth of the matter is that we we strive to be a model business. I wouldn't have taken the risks to operate here if I had known what we would encounter. And when staff personnel change the requirements on us midstream, it's very difficult as an existing and growing business to meet those changing requests and or demands, really. And I think everything that you guys have outlined here is directly related to changes since we started.
Go ahead, Brian.
I have to respond to that. Mr. Brooks and I have communicated in the last month. I have not followed back up with him. This is a complaint that he had brought to my attention. I've talked with our planning staff. I have talked with our public works staff. We have email documentation that refutes what you just heard. We have been very consistent with the message that we've given to Mr. Brooks that's come from both planning, public works, from our county attorney. It just isn't the case that we're moving the goalposts on him. It just is not the case.
Yeah, and the thing, like I mentioned, that I believe I've seen, and I've heard this from other businesses, is like, wow, some of your newer people are pretty strict. And I don't think I think it's what's really happening is some of your newer people have raised the bar of professionalism, of expectations of following our process, and actually enforcing the rules that we have. And whether that explains this or not, that's my observation.
And I think there's some, and even viewing how it's been over the years, I know some of these things have been concerns going back the full 6 years that I've been here. And I don't really want to like dump on staff and say staff that was here before wasn't doing their job and new staff is. I think there's been an attitude that's come from the top down at the county about certain things, and staff has been, and there does exist a bandwidth issue within the county of being able to address every single thing that happens because the amount of time it takes legally through the courts to get these things done. And so it's been let go all the way from the top down. Although from the top down, there have been repeated attempts to nicely get people to do things without going to those onerous lengths and the expense of that money. And certain people have had a tendency to continue to exploit the idea that it's difficult for us to find the bandwidth to get it done. And that's what I was trying to speak to a moment ago, is we need to have people know that to within the level of our capability, we expect to apply the pressure to see that our zoning codes, our traffic codes, that all of those things are, you don't catch every speeder on the highway, and every speeder on the highway doesn't end up getting prosecuted. But we still have to keep in place that we're trying to get it done. And the only thing I would probably agree with that Mr. Brooks said is that we may be taking a little more, I know staff hopefully feels enough backup from the county commission to know that we want to take a serious approach to how we deal with people who aren't trying to work with the community and get stuff done right, and show a pattern of continuing to do that. And so in that respect, it may be a little bit easier. It may be a little more difficult to get by, but only because we are trying to be a little more serious about doing the right thing.
And I only have two things to add to that. I agree with my colleagues here. Kind of frustrated by those comments. Share the frustration of staff. I know staff didn't move those property lines. And that's just one point. And there's a lot of points here. There's a constellation of a pattern here. And it's frustrating. The second thing I want to say is I want to encourage staff in this board, and well, not this board, you guys know this. I think you guys probably will agree with this statement, almost certainly, that I want to encourage staff to keep this conversation limited to whether or not liquor can be safely served on this site.
Right, that's the legal linkage that we talked about. Right?
Yeah, and it's our obligation to separate these issues and treat everyone fairly and by the law, regardless of other circumstances and experiences. We are frustrated regularly and find ways to treat people within the law. And I'm not trying to admonish staff at all. I just want to make sure it's on the record that that's what this board's intention is, and we know that's what staff's intention is, and that's all I have to say.
Agreed. There's nothing that's not related to liquor license that should affect the approval or disapproval or continuance of this liquor license, but I do think a public hearing, when we can know that every single tiniest piece of criteria that is necessary for the approval of this, reasonable approval of this liquor license has been satisfied by the time we reach that hearing in order for it to be successful, to be approved.
Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with all of that. The only thing I would add, I mean, we have had some conversations here that need to be followed up on. There needs to be resolution. And I would invite you, Mr. Brooks, to continue to reach out to our county manager and find between the two of you what the truth is and how we can essentially avoid these types of misunderstandings, which, as George noted, have become a pattern over time. But I agree with George. I mean, we're here to talk about the liquor licensing specifically and legal elements tied to that. But I do think that the other conversation is something that needs to be resolved for sure. And I'll just leave it at that. And then what do we think about time to have the hearing?
I think right now, Brian and I can work on terms of how long a hearing would take in terms of setting the agenda, but I do think December 20th would be a great date. That gives us enough time to at least address these issues internally and also work with Mr. Brooks. Indeed, if there's nothing that ties us to the liquor license, then it'll be a very fair, very quick hearing. If there is concern, though, that this pump house actually, in particular, can affect the water system, so that would definitely, in my opinion, but more importantly, probably the opinion of other people that we need to sign off on.
Mm-hmm.
I think then we'd have to address that with the board and then give Mr. Brooks an opportunity to respond in a public hearing.
Okay.
We want to be fair.
And so do you have a specific time? Do we need a specific time on the 20th?
And you know what, we can set the hearing at 8:30, but it technically will happen anytime after that. As long as it's on the agenda, notice that day, we can do it. If it's easier just for scheduling purposes, we can do kind of what we did today, which is put it at 10 o'clock.
Okay. Do you want to help us form a motion for this?
Yeah, go on.
Mr. Brooks may want to speak. I see his hand up. I don't know if.
Yeah, well, I'm intentionally not carrying this conversation on any further. Mr. Brooks, I'm sure you have things to say and you'll have a chance to say those on December 20th publicly. And you'll also have a chance to interact with staff or call any of the three of the commissioners. I mean, that's an open offer that we have for any of our taxpayers or stakeholders in Clear Creek County. So I'm going to end the conversation right here. We're just going to move on.
And a motion would be to move to continue this matter to December 20th at 10 o'clock for a hearing on the liquor license.
You said 8:30 before.
Well, that's true. I did. Then I confused myself by setting a different time. 8:30 is fine too. Which it's really the board's pleasure how you want to do it. If you'd rather just set it for 10, we could just do that. Okay. So if you don't care.
If you set it for 8:30, we can set it for any time after 8:30.
Right.
And we'll work with Mr. Brooks to make it work.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why don't we do that?
I would set it for 8:30.
So then the motion would be to move to continue this matter until 8:30 on December 20th. Again, 8:30 on December 20th, so that we're clear for this, for a potential hearing on the liquor license being renewed for Lawson Adventure Parks.
So moved.
Second.
We have motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Brooks. We look forward to getting this figured out with you sooner rather than later. Now we'll move on to the consent agenda. Are there any elements or any items that need to be pulled out or rescheduled? I'll take that as a no. Item number 1, consideration approval of the warrant register. Number 2, consideration approval of a public trustee quarterly update. Number 3, consideration approval of September 16th, 2022 Board of County Commissioner meeting minutes. Number 4, consideration approval of second amendment to the 2018 CDBG grant and business loan fund arrangement agreement between Clear Creek County and Clear Creek Economic Development Corporation.
Move we approve the consent agenda as read.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Now we're back 20 minutes late again.
25.
So regular session discussion of the sport shooting range. So I take it this is a work session and not a action item?
I don't remember if I'm not sure we want to call it official action, but we're definitely seeking some direction today.
Okay. Well, looks like the next item, the 11 o'clock, probably won't take an hour. Over to you.
Thank you, Commissioner Woods, Chairman Woods. Good morning, everyone. We are back to talk about the shooting range. And as the memo says, we're ready to present some background to you. I have Brian Welsh from EV Studio, our consultants here, to talk about the engineering and design plans. As a brief update before we get started, we did have a site visit at the site at the gun range, the existing gun range, which is the Sportsman's Club. We informed them that we will be wanting to them to terminate. The lease is scheduled to terminate. We plan to terminate it at the end of December, and they can do the cleanup in January. So that's on the schedule. We also discussed a demolition plan of what can stay and what needs to be removed from the site. We've also concluded the IGA with Gilpin, and the money has been transferred into the budget. So we have the complete 1.41 million available for the project for this phase, and we will be moving forward. So since we're running a little short of time, I'm going to turn it right over to Brian so we can make some progress.
Yeah, and like I mentioned, I think we're fine for time. Well, you're on the next one as well. I don't think that's going to take a full hour.
You can.
No, but I do have Denver Mountain Parks Director to be with us.
So it would be important to start on time.
So it'd be nice, maybe we could just have that presentation, or she probably can wait a little while. We'll see how we're doing.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
So I think the one thing we wanted to do is just kind of refresh on what we talked through at the last meeting. Just talk about the things that I guess we've worked through over the last couple of weeks. Follow up, talking through and really an updated cost estimate with 2022 pricing, 2023 projected pricing, and just talk through any other questions as well as kind of the next steps. So obviously at our last meeting, some of the questions were really centered around, there's some initial conversations about different parking options, some comments about shooting sheds, and really just the configuration of the clubhouse with the shooting sheds and where we fit big picture. Like Lisa mentioned, we walked through the site and really took inventory on what's there, looked at different storage options, look at the site as a whole, and talk through really our plan with the club, as well as little things like demolition and how do we work this together as a big picture package. Really what we came out of it with, one thing that we did come to a resolution on in our minds is that really that the parking, what we looked at as the best parking solution was to have it on the south side adjacent to the actual shooting range area. When we looked at balancing costs and benefit, one of the things we had initially discussed is, does it get paved? What is the process of that lot? That is one thing that we said that can be separated as a secondary really option or stage, but it does want to live on that south side to reduce costs, reduce pedestrian crossing, and simplify the overall plan. That was one thing that we all looked at as what would make sense. Talking through that with Story on the engineering side, similar, I guess, comments about stormwater treatment being contained with the south side of the site. Property boundaries with CDOT being not a continuing issue, really focused on that south portion. Whether that gets paved on day one, whether that becomes gravel, those are things that we can look at as different options when we put the plans together. Especially once pricing comes back, that's something that we don't necessarily have to decide on today. But, obviously from a stormwater management perspective, from an engineering perspective, it was preferred by county staff and really with the environmental concerns tied to it, that ideally that someday would be paved to help reduce essentially sediment runoff and things that we encourage the residents of the county to do. So I guess getting into the cost side of things, what we did want to do is look at where things are sitting and what potential packages we could put together to see what our different options are. One of the things that we have done is we have talked with county staff and looked at potential fill. So when we're looking at cleaning up a lot of the berming and ranges, there's some additional material that we want to bring onto the site to help increase safety and just help the site function better and safer. The county does have material at the stockpile next door that they are looking to be available to use on this site. There's some large cobble and stuff like that where they think it's a perfect use to use that material on the site. So something when we're looking at costs in the process, that was a great use is to help use it on this site. So we looked at what that total volume was. That's something that we've talked about, that there's plenty of material there to use here. A couple other things we did as we started to look more at pricing and different options is, really we have a couple different components. The site side of it, the berming and the shaping and the lead reclamation, all the stuff that's on site, there's not many different ways to go through doing that. There's essentially earthwork from an earthwork contractor. It's a pretty straightforward base plan. There's not a lot of different cost savings or alternatives when you're talking about the actual earthwork. I think where a lot of us had different questions were the clubhouse, the shooting sheds, and how all of that gets pulled together. So we have multiple different options on how we want to approach that. What we did do is we talked to a few different people that we've worked with in the past when it comes to cooperative purchasing. And cooperative purchasing is something that is pretty commonplace with public entities when it comes to products. Are you guys familiar with cooperative purchasing?
It's like a volume deal across multiple agencies?
Yes. Usually you see it for like roofing, more common, large, high cost material type stuff for counties, cities, schools. So buildings are one thing, especially more simple structures like this is something we could do through cooperative purchasing. And what that gives us the ability, and I'm not saying that's the right way to go, I'm saying it's another option. So we talked to a couple different cooperative purchasing entities to where we could purchase a restroom for that site and do it tomorrow at a fixed price that's been, when we talk about cooperative purchasing, it's been competitively bid and reviewed by a entity that looks out for different jurisdictions. So basically saying, what do we know this is competitive? Yes. But what it does is we don't have to go through the bid process. So you wouldn't have to go through a design, bid, reward.
Saves time and money.
Yes. And for simple things, can be great. So that is an option for both the shooting sheds, the restrooms, all the way up to an entire structure. So these people that do them do a lot of park structures ranging in size. Obviously, the alternative would be design it, bid it, and have local contractors competitively price it. And we can look at both of those as options. So one thing that I'll continue to talk about is it gives us options as we go down this road. We could do both. We could go out competitively bid a building. We can look at the pricing, make a decision, and either decide to award it or still look at going the competitive cooperative purchasing option, just because they can follow a different route. And so we can competitively bid something tomorrow or cooperatively purchase something tomorrow. So not decisions that have to be made today, but gives us different routes, whether that's doing one shooting shed today competitively bid, look at what those numbers are and decide, do we do 1, 2, or 3? And still have the option to go through and cooperative purchase them at a later date. Same thing with the structure. We could design a stick-built version as well as cooperative purchased version. So different options that just give us flexibility on the structure side of it. And I think if we flip to the next slide, is there? So this is, we've looked at a handful of different shooting structures and shooting sheds. And we'll talk about noise. We'll talk about the dynamics of the structure itself, certainly more in depth. This would be one version of a stick-built shooting shed that we had initially priced over the last couple of weeks, just to make sure that we're comfortable with today's dollars are with bidding. Keep scrolling once. That's just the floor plan of a shooting shed that we're looking at and have laid out on this plan that meets all of the seat requirements and things that we've looked at. This is the building structure that we've shown in the past. Really a condensed, simplified version. Provides all of the program that we talked about from the old SD package. So saying, how do we condense things? How do we simplify things? This is something that was presented a few weeks ago. Nothing has changed on this floor plan. One thing we did confirm on site is there are a handful of different sheds on site that we're going to repurpose and use for storage. So when we talked about the storage being removed from the original SD concept, it did confirm that we have some different storage options on site already. Keep scrolling. So this is an example of a building that's been constructed through cooperative purchasing. So just to give you an idea of scale and finish, you can do just the restroom portion. We can do more of the overhead pavilion part. This is when we're talking about, okay, what can they actually do? What are our options here? Is it just a hardy-sided bathroom that, looks like it was dropped down from a crane? You can do some pretty neat things with it. And obviously we can price different configurations, no stone, stone, hardy, different siding, all those different things. So just wanted to give you an idea of, okay, maybe we look at doing, if we want to offer that classroom education part of it, maybe it's an outdoor covered area that's done in the summer for classes, not as easy, obviously, in the winter. But when we're talking about different options, just wanted to show you what can be done. Keep scrolling. This just shows a simple floor plan. Like I said, you can do different sizes, shapes. You can cut off the left side, just do the bathrooms. Similar to a design process. And keep going. This is another alternative where it's simply just a bathroom. So if the goal is to provide a bathroom facility, they essentially said our cooperative purchase price is $500,000 for a bathroom. We can buy it today. We haven't talked through different stone and materials, but we can get different pricing on this. This is really a simple version. Keep going. And that's, this is a CMU option, pretty basic, that you see all over the place at different parks and stuff like that for just providing a simple facility. If we go back up to the top to that first page of the packet.
Sorry.
You're good.
One more. Yeah. Thank you.
Let's make it any bigger.
You want it to show on the screen, right?
Nope. Did it stop moving it? On the screen.
So really wanted to split all these different options into different packages to say, okay, here's what we're looking at for the lead and reclamation. Here's what we're looking at for the site costs. Here's the additional parking area. Here's the shooting sheds. If they're stick built, here's the building as it's projected stick built. Here's some different cooperative purchasing options. And starting to say, now let's look at what the priorities are. And so we put together a couple different package examples at the bottom saying, here's some different options. So I think first thing, I guess, are there any questions on the things discussed aside from pricing and sound?
Is there a pre-manufactured option that includes indoor space for, to house staff and a retail function?
Yes, we could essentially do that same building, that the floor plan we showed in a pre-manufactured option. What we're seeing is that the cooperative purchasing is a little higher than our projected stick-built options, but similar. I'd say maybe 10% higher is what we're seeing right now, but really haven't gotten into, where we start to look at is the finishes and all the things where we can get an exact number. And that's what we're continuing to work with those guys to get actual numbers on that through cooperative purchasing. Obviously, bidding wise, we don't know till it's let. But any kind of different combinations of buildings, yes, there's a lot of different options there. And obviously, one is to build something like that pavilion that's shown and frame it in at a later date. They have options where they account for framing it in later, things like that. So, it doesn't limit us on our options.
Yeah, you said something, I guess, that surprised me a little bit. I would think cooperative purchasing means some scale and efficiencies. And the fact that we think it would cost 10% more than local built when it's hard to get anybody locally, at least in my neighborhood, to do much of anything these days due to all the demand for construction work.
It's more consistent. The thing that's nice is there's a consistency to it.
Like predictability, you mean?
And part of it is what they're doing is they're reviewing these essentially a year ago. So when they're setting these prices and cooperative purchasing numbers there's a cap and you can push them to be more competitive. So there is a negotiation to that can bring it down. There's a ceiling on what they can use.
I see.
So, what they're giving us typical costs that they've seen over the last year on similar buildings. So, we'd certainly go back and forth with them and say, all right, here's the building we want, refined pricing, give us an exact number, and we could review it. But there is a consistency to it where bidding is more of a roller coaster of what's the environment today. And so, I think there is something to, even if you went the cooperative purchasing route, I think there is still something there to competitively bid it first and see what the number is, because you can really track them together. It doesn't mean we have to choose one or the other.
Yeah, if the assertion is that, I know it's difficult to find people to do work now. And I know some of the people that show up, depending on the jobs or looking at them, depending on the type of contractor they are, to even get them to show up and look at the job is difficult. Or if they get there and they see it's small scale, they'll typically lose interest quickly if you can get them there. So I know those things are true. I also know there are people out there that would do the work. I'm trying to think about myself, having been a builder for a long time, and the thing you put up there, I could build that pretty easy, and I just don't know who is out there that's available right now. One other issue that's important in a small community like this in keeping business around is I recall when there were enough people to do the work, that the assumption was made that you could get a better job done by somebody from outside, typically government doing that, and always consistently bringing somebody from the outside to come in and do the work when there were people sitting here wishing they had that job and they never even had the opportunity to look at it.
Yeah.
So I think for the sake of, local economic development And, you know, we talk about diversification of economy all the time. I guess the issue is if it's something you don't have to do hard drawings on in order to get a bid because you see that project and is there any architectural cost, engineering cost that's avoided by cooperative purchasing?
It's pretty minimal. I mean, one of our whole strategies on this project is to keep things simple. So anyone can build it. Where you really run into challenges with government bid buildings is when they build complex buildings. And the whole point is to keep them simple because it can be constructed by the community around it. That's the whole point of narrowing that building so it can use 32-foot standard trusses. It's the whole point of not using exposed timber beams, but give more of the facade to it. Like, it's to keep it really simple. I think the moment you bring CMU into it, you deter a lot of local guys that don't want to just mess with the masonry side of it. We can stick build it with wood framing. Like you said, this is designed to be more of a residential structure, which opens it up to a lot of businesses locally. I think you go back to the old design where it's more that 60 by 60 and you're getting into a lot more of a commercial contractor. And so that's the whole point, is to keep it simple. Same thing with the sheds. You know, we took the original shooting shed, which had a lot of exposed cantilevered timber, and went to a monosloped roof that you can use TJI floor trusses on, lay them across, and it's a pretty simple construction plan, which is the point. So that was one thing that, you know, when we looked and had this kind of repriced by a couple of local people around here that do work in this county. And I think they are interested in the project and said they'd definitely be interested in doing it.
Just to add some context to it, I'll let you know that I was frustrated to not have the opportunity to bid certain kinds of projects, not necessarily this or this scale, but others that were larger, and would be precluded from the opportunity to do it because the blanket decision was made to go outside and import someone from outside. So what I started doing was building stuff that was that size and larger in the next county because they sought the next thing. Right. But they had to go outside the county too. So yeah. I was able to get the work in that county and they were able to get the work in this county because of that attitude. So it's just ironic how that works out at the end of the day sometimes.
No, and like I said, you know, we're talking about keeping things fairly straightforward. And so I think doing them for the most part, people think things are going to be a little more competitive next year. So I think bidding is a fairly good option. But it shows you we have different options. Yeah. We could go to bid it, and if it's a bad bidding environment, we don't need to approve the buildings. We have a different route that has a fixed cap, which we know what the fees are. We know where they're at. And so it's not like, boy, what do we do now that it's February? We bid this thing, came in 10% high. What do we do now? And I think we have a second option that says, well, you know, it goes back to if the local community isn't going to be competitive.
Right. We have an obligation.
We need to have a backup plan because we can't just go into it and say, well, we're just going to leave the shooting sheds out because no one wanted to price them.
Is that what you're leaning towards as a recommendation, is taking a stab? That's a bad phrase. Making an attempt to put together bid packages, see how it comes out, and then choose cooperative purchasing as a fallback if it doesn't go? Is that
100%?
Okay.
Nice. That is what my recommendation would be. And I know we talked about this a lot, and I'll probably repeat it the next time I'm here, to me, it's all about value, to make sure you're getting good value. And not just what's the cheapest, but it's if you get a great number on something and there's great value in it, it would totally change your decision. So it's really hard to make decisions today when you don't have the final pricing and don't know what your exact decision is. So I look at that and say, we have different options. You can weigh out value when a lot of those numbers come back in.
Just to make sure I understand just sort of where these numbers are coming from. I see like bid package 5 learning center. Is that an estimate for the clubhouse as it was designed when we hired you, or?
That's the number we had priced based on the floor plan we've shown. And I think what you're going to see is originally the number that was used in 2018 was about $250 a foot, which I think if you ask right now they're saying you should use 400. So if you look at that difference in number, that's where I think I feel a lot better about where we're at today than the numbers from 2018 because it was a little bit all over. I think we actually got a little more in-depth pricing on just the sewer side of it, which came in a little less than where we're at on here. We're already saving money, which is great. But no, Lisa's been working on that side of it as well and pulling together a little more refined pricing. And that's obviously what we'll do is we'll get narrowed down more and more and more. So I think the next question is really about, I think the one thing you'll see is based on the current cost of 1.4, we can't do both a building and all of the shooting sheds. Because we'd be right about 2 million. And so one of the things we need more feedback from the team, from the county on is, especially from the board is, there's different ways to split it up. Part of the conversation is about how the shelters are built. The original shelters were priced closer to 700. These are closer to 350. The biggest difference in that is how the sheds are constructed, which some of it has to do with the noise mitigation. Some of it has to do with the structure itself. Part of it is how many shooting sheds go in today and how many are built at a later date. Same thing with the learning facility is it a bathroom today? Is it the full facility today? And this is where we can start to kind of reshape exactly where those costs are. I think the easiest place to start is the shooting sheds themselves. So right now we're showing all of the stations being covered. So one of the things to discuss is, do we focus the shooting sheds on a certain firearm? Do we focus it on 2 different areas? And then do we look at the type of construction? So one of the thoughts would be put a shooting shed over the long guns that tend to produce more noise. That's one of the thoughts. So that would be the furthest east bay. And it tends to be more of a stationary action. You're more stable, you're covered, versus a lot of the 25-yard ranges are going to be more of your handgun that are a little lower in decibel, a little higher in repetition. That's some of the back and forth is what are you more concerned with? Going back to the old study from WAVE, who did the acoustical analysis, is just because you're adding more lanes, it isn't getting louder. It's a repetition thing, right?
Increasing the frequency.
And that's, what they've said in there is it's never going to be louder today than it was yesterday. So I think the question is, what is the objective? Similar to the construction of the shooting sheds. Generally, a lot of the acoustical work inside the shed creates a better shooting environment. It makes it a little quieter in the building. It dampens the noise leaving it a little bit, but when you have an open face structure, a lot of it's going to leave regardless of the amount you put behind the shooting. So,
but would it be directed toward the woods, kind of to the southeast?
Exactly.
Away from where most people live?
Right now, that opening is facing towards all the vegetation. I mean, that's the best.
That's going to absorb the sound.
You can do all you want with these panels and stuff. When you're talking about the size of a shed, really what you want is you want vegetation. One of their biggest comments was they had concern about the CMU walls that projected out next to each shooting station. And right now, the way we've laid it out, we've taken all of the hard concrete walls out of it. And we've replaced them with soil, which is part of the conversation about getting material from the county where they have excess material so we can use earth and get things vegetated. So part of it's going to be a reduction in noise by just getting rid of that CMU concrete walls around it. The structure itself, we kept pretty simple. Goes back to what are you getting for return about what you put inside the building? Right now we have, essentially a wood-sided inside and a hardy board, concrete board on the outside, mainly just for maintenance.
Yep.
Stick built, hardy sided, just to keep it maintenance free and simple. We've gone back and forth if it makes sense to do hardy on the inside for maintenance or wood on the inside for maintenance. It's more of a maintenance discussion. Both of them are going to bounce quite a bit of noise, but it goes back to really channeling it out and protecting the backside. So that's where we're at on the sheds.
And I'm sorry, just as a time check, we're almost at 11 o'clock.
Okay.
And we can go over a little bit, but we need to start landing the plane.
Right.
Yep.
I'm sensitive to what Lisa said about our guests that are coming, so.
Yeah. So I think, just really some feedback on, do we focus on all of the shooting sheds? Do we focus on the long guns to keep that more louder area down? And how do we split things up and what is the focus? What we want is a little bit of feedback from the board to go back and say, okay, if we look at one shelter with a pavilion, if we look at two shelters, we start with three and that's where we need to start. That's really the feedback.
What's the total number if we did shelters for every single opportunity?
350.
No, okay, but how many would that be? How many actual shelters?
3 shelters.
Okay, so they're like 100 and something each.
80, but yes, 120, something like that.
Okay.
So if we tried to do, I just lost the page. If we tried to do packages 1, 2, 4, and 5, which excludes the shooting enclosures, add 1 back in, that gets us to around 1.9 million. So that's $500,000 we're shy. Because we have 1.4 in funding for this, correct?
But weren't there additional grants that we could potentially take advantage of?
We do plan on going back for a grant in February of 2023. However, we don't have any match that's currently in the 2023 budget.
Sorry.
What would the match requirements be and what do you think the chances of us securing that grant would be?
The match is 25%, so depending on what you ask for. And I think the chances are good because they've made a significant investment to date. And this would see the completion and opening of the public facility.
Okay.
Obviously, the easiest thing to do when you're talking about grants and matching grants is to do it through the shooting sheds because they're a smaller item. You could pick 1 shed, 2 shed, 3 sheds, depending on the funding. The harder approach is obviously to do it with the Learning Center because it's such a big number. And so it's more challenging to figure out like, how do you need a substantial grant. And so to pick off 1 shooting shed, you get 120 in grants, you go cooperative purchase it, or you bid it out. You can have that shed fairly quickly in a fairly small grant. 1 shed, 2 sheds, when you say they're easier to do. When we're talking about this latest grant, it would almost cover all 3 sheds. It wouldn't cover the buildings, right? I know that's a little bit counter to what the original plan is to focus on the shooting sheds. But that's just part of the thought is how do we balance that with the Learning Center? Because it's harder to do piece by piece.
There's no opportunity to get additional grant money for the Learning Center.
Well, we can ask. See, that's why we wanted to come in front of you today to see how we parse this out, because that depends on how I write the grant application.
Is it fair to say that we don't really have a viable commercial business model without the Learning Center, but we do without the shooting sheds?
Yes, and the money they've given to date was for actually the Learning Center and facility, so it would be a change to them to change it now.
There you go.
Although I imagine this conversation about inflation and prices not turning out what they thought they were going to be is fairly universal across everyone that they're funding.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. What do you think, George?
I kind of see two options in front of us. I see the option I described a moment ago where we try to get one built. I hear your recommendation maybe that it be on the 100-yard lane.
Right.
I see that as an option. I see an option where we build some bathrooms. Try to design them in a way that if we know we need or find funding for a learning center down the road, we do that. And that would allow us to get all of the shooting sheds built. I think you got to cross a lot of trap lines for that option to be viable, right? CPW is probably not going to be excited about us not constructing a learning center. It's their primary intent with this fund.
We run the risk of not getting reimbursed.
I'm sure we would seek assurances before we went down that road.
We would have to.
Yeah. So those are the two options that I see. The first option feels more practical. The second option gives us an opportunity to continue to ask that question, does this site need to be staffed? And what does it look like to have the site not staffed? And that's a conversation that I know makes a lot of people uncomfortable from a safety perspective. So I don't know. I mean, those are my thoughts.
I mean, I think what looks like the best case scenario when it comes to just packaging things together would be you do one shooting shed, you do the site improvements, and you find a facility that's going to fit with what's left. And I don't know if that means tweaking that as much as we possibly can. Talking about bathroom pricing and kind of package it together so we have some options. And then you come in with this secondary grant that really right now would look like it possibly would cover the second two shooting sheds. And that would get almost everything. I think it's a matter of we need to figure out how to pare that learning center down a little bit more to get in that 1.4 range. But I think it's close. I think that's where we'll need to start pricing actual facilities through cooperative purchasing and try and dial the design back as much as possible, even more, to get something to be able, the last thing we want is to come in at 1.7 and then be really, then be kind of in the middle of everywhere.
Which is kind of where we're sitting right now, right?
That's where,
yeah.
That's where it's like, all right, I didn't want to necessarily take out two of the shooting sheds without this discussion. But I think that is going in for a grant that gets you to a learning center, getting a $1 million grant is really hard. It's just a big ask. You start to get into the match factor and it's like, what would the match ask be on $1 million grant? It's probably going to be substantial. So that's kind of where we were working through these different packages saying that's where we were getting to.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering to myself, if we ultimately want to land at 3 shooting sheds, what's the big advantage of starting at 1? Why not start at 0 and make sure that we have a solution carries a lot less financial risk? And then we see how much we can afford in terms of grant match to try and get all 3 of them as part of our follow-on request. I think it also, do we have the opportunity to have maybe informal conversations with the grant providers to sort of see how our plans align with what their thinking is?
We do, yes. We have a new person. They have changed faculty or people, but yes, that would.
Yeah, that would seem to be a wise thing to do.
I would recommend, no matter what, even if we decided not to put the shooting sheds on this package, we would still have them bid and priced. And because they are fairly simple, and if you get a really good number on it, that's where, okay, we weren't planning to do one, but we came in at 1.31 and the shooting shed's 90. Why would we not?
Yeah.
I mean, that's why I think no matter what, we would have those in there as an option.
I'd like at least to get a shooting shed over I'm sorry, Randy.
No. I'm just turning around to listen to you.
Okay. I'd like to try to get a shooting shed over the big guns lane, if possible. I fear that once this project is complete, a phase that involves a couple or three shooting sheds will fall somewhere lower on the priority list than all of the other things we're not talking about right now. So I'd like to try to secure at least that shooting shed over the big guns in this, you know, while we're doing it, while it is a top priority. But
my only comment to that, I don't disagree with you, but if we're talking about the county bearing 100% of the cost of that seems like we're paying a lot of money to benefit a relatively, if not very small number of citizens in our county. If it's someone else's money, then for me, the calculus changes.
I would also like to confirm that you're okay with the site plan that was presented as moving forward.
Specifically?
Yes.
I had one quick question about that, and I think we probably got to move on after George and Randy get their last shot at this. Do we have any thoughts about the commercial viability of whatever land the county owns on the north side of the street if we're not going to use it for anything related to the shooting? And maybe that's more of a question, an open question.
Yeah, it's an open question given it's an operating space for road and bridge right now. And for that to become commercial, they would have to move.
Yeah.
And their facility is right around the corner. So that has optimal location for road and bridge.
what's the cost of constructing that parking lot on the south side?
The south side overflow parking is about 77,000.
So as I look at it, I want to think big about those two parcels, right? But I don't know that I want to say we're definitely going to put the parking lot on the north side because we know, there's a lot of unknowns. And I think spending $70,000 to put the parking lot where it matches best with what we actually know is going to be built is reasonable. And if there's a master plan for that site years down the road that involves opportunity for commercial development, everything else, then we move the parking lot.
Or depending on what their needs are, maybe the parking lot, if it's overflow parking, maybe that parking lot could be used for whoever the other tenant is to the west.
That was as a group, that was one of our main conversation points on that south parking lot is what you're doing is you're creating a complementary use with that parking. Firing range tends to be off use than typical commercial or retail, whatever you're going to put in there. You're creating some separation from the range itself, and you're providing a facility parking facility that leaves the west side of it, west side, south or west? West side. I mean, you're leaving you're actually creating a more enticing parcel next to it.
Yeah.
Because it has a parking spot right there, and it's like, all right, the last thing you want is, you wouldn't want to push that building towards the range and have the parking lot on the far side. So you've actually created a really good use that would set the rest of the parcel up pretty well.
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, the only thoughts that I have are that most of the budget conversation we're having right now is tentative, and it's based on the fact that we're getting ready to go out to bid and see where the numbers really fall. Am I correct?
Right.
Okay, and so we've had a lot of conversations about what we think our priorities are on which of these line items to prioritize, the sheds and all of that. And they're really only partially informed. They're informed by this budget right now that needs to be confirmed next by going out with with RFPs and getting responses on all of this. And then we need to come back to make these final decisions about these things anyway.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. I think the big one for us was the learning center versus the sheds. And like I said, I think just knowing that the learning center is an important piece, and how we shape all of that together is the direction we needed to start to pull some of those packages together.
Well, and it's an important piece right now because it's in the existing grant. And so there's some changes to be made there if we were to try to, for some reason, not do that at this time. So, having better information so that we can then say, do this or do that, that information comes back is going to be really important.
Anything else we need to cover before we declare a limited victory on this conversation?
Do you feel like we've got proper direction?
I do. Do you have all of your questions answered?
Yeah. I think we have a good grasp on exactly what you guys are looking for.
Yeah, I very much appreciate the focus on constructibility. And you mentioned adjusting the building slightly to match commercially available common truss size. And I think we need more of that around here.
Should be our job, so.
My final comment is just huge compliments to staff. This has been a long, kind of frustrating project. Lots of twists and turns from this board. You guys have handled it well and brought us options and solutions, and I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
Perfect. Well, thanks a lot. And
Thank you.
staying right next.
Yes.
Annual update and discussion with the Mount Evans and Pass Scenic Byway Committee. I'd like to say hi to Phil and Sally Buckland, who joined us. Phil, former county commissioner.
Ask Shannon.
So here's my.
Virtual royalty in the room.
Yeah, exactly.
Sit up straight over here.
Shannon Dennis, right there. She's our next speaker. Okay, we're gonna move from a gun range to a scenic byway. Thank you, Brian.
Yeah, I'll just give an update on timing wise. Let's just catch up and then we can kind of give them all our next couple months.
Sounds good. Okay, we're bringing the other people on. There's Scott. We could have one from the Forest Service. And then we have a director from Denver Mountain Park, Shannon Dennison, who will be speaking to the first issue. So, Chairman Wood, are we ready? Can I move forward?
Yeah, maybe get a quick introduction from the folks online and we can get started.
Okay. So I'll let each of you introduce yourself. Shannon, you want to go first?
Sure. Good morning, everyone. I'm Shannon Dennison. I'm the director of Denver Mountain Parks, and I'm joining you here today from my headquarters at Red Rocks and Morrison.
Thank you. And Scott?
Good morning, everybody. Scott Haas, District Ranger for the Clear Creek Ranger District.
We also have one additional person from Denver Mountain Parks. I'll let Brad introduce himself as well.
Hello, everyone. Brad Eckert with Denver Mountain Parks. I do planning, design, and construction and assistance with Shannon.
Thank you, everyone, for being here and welcome everyone in the audience here. I appreciate your time. And we're especially happy that Denver Mountain Parks, given all of the publicity that's happened, especially the Denver Post this weekend, I think it will be helpful to get the latest, greatest from the actual agency of what is going on at Echo Lake Lodge, because there's a lot of speculation. And as a part of the Scenic Byways Committee for Mount Evans and Guanilla Pass, that was one of our big topics at our meeting a month or two ago. And so let's dive right into it since we're getting a late start and let you guys give us the latest, greatest.
Sure, happy to do that. And it reminds me of, was that Abraham Lincoln who said, "Don't believe everything you read on the internet"? I do have a couple of slides here if you'd like me to share the screen. Otherwise, I can just talk a little bit. What would you guys prefer?
I think she can.
Okay, I think you have that ability to share screen.
Sure. Let's see here. Let's make sure I do the right one.
You'll be happy to note that you're on the internet right now, but we will believe you anyway.
Touche. All right. Here, can you all see that okay?
Yes.
Great. So here's a really cool picture of Echo Lake Lodge. So I'll spend just a couple of minutes giving some quick history on Echo Lake Lodge, which I'm sure most of you are already aware of because it's such a big part of Clear Creek County and the Mount Evans area. But Echo Lake Lodge was completed in 1926 and it was constructed by the city and county of Denver. It was originally designed as a hotel, a restaurant, and a ballroom, actually. They had dances in what's operated as the restaurant. It also had a gas station on site and then as now, was one of the major attractions and one of the only facilities located in the area. The building is listed in the National Register of Historic Places, as is the entire Denver Mountain Park system. And so it's a really special building. I spent most of my career with the Park Service before coming to Denver Mountain Parks, and this is definitely on par with some of the really fabulous historic lodges in the national parks. So it's something that we're very proud of in Denver Mountain Parks, in a really special building. My background is in historic preservation. I've spent my career working with historic buildings. And so this one is very close to my heart and all of us here in Denver Mountain Parks. It's a very special location. Here's some photos to show you a little bit about what's changed up there. So on the left, you can see a really amazing photo of the way the lobby was originally laid out. It was open. You could see the four-sided fireplace on the interior, and it was set up more like a lobby. Over the years, there's been increased commercialization of the interior of the space, and that has caused some issues with the mechanical systems in the building, and is also encouraging us to think about how we can achieve more of a mission-based use of the building. Over time, the gift shop has grown to consume the entire lobby, and so you really lose the sense of space and the sense of history in the building. In addition, if any of you have been up there this year, you've noticed that there was a very annoying set of porta potties outside because unfortunately the leach field at the facility has failed. I'm sure you all know that there's been a massive increase in visitation and use, probably throughout Clear Creek County, definitely at Echo Lake Lodge. And unfortunately, with the full commercial kitchen, with dishwashers going all day, every day throughout the season, with toilet flushes every 60 to 90 seconds in the bathrooms, in the public bathrooms, and with a full host of folks living on site and doing laundry and taking showers, it finally, unfortunately, caused the leach field to fail. This year, we were in a partial resting period, trying to, hoping that the leach field, if given enough rest time, could recover. It's not looking good, so we're probably going to have to replace that leach field, which means that we'll have limited capacity for indoor bathrooms going forward. But it's something that we're working towards and have a consultant on board who's currently working on a design for that. As you've all heard, we did decline to renew a contract with H.W. Stewart. The contract did expire at the end, or is scheduled to expire at the end of this year. There was an extension option if both parties agreed, and we decided not to move forward with that. Again, partially because we want to go with more of a mission-based use of the facility, and also because of the level of repair that's needed, not only in the rest of the building, but also with the septic system. So we're going to have an interim operations period for the next 3 years. This will be a much lighter use of the building. We're going to have a food truck outside, which should be, a contract should be awarded for that fairly soon. The food truck will be located in the parking lot of Echo Lake Lodge. We felt it was important to continue to maintain access to food and beverage since there isn't much else around there. It's a safety thing, as well as Echo Lake Lodge is a destination. So we wanted to maintain, make sure that we're maintaining those services on site in a way that doesn't have the same level of impact on the mechanical systems of the building. So for the next 3 years, for the period of 2023 through 2025, we'll have a food truck. We're also going to be working with a partner for visitor information or visitor services at the lodge, which will include a ranger desk, very similar to what you see on the right side, and educational exhibits throughout the lobby. We'll also have some retail on site that'll be very mission-based and a much smaller footprint. So we will have a smaller scale operation for the next 3 years. During that period of time, we will also bring up preservation architects to help us do a facility assessment. That means that they'll help us better understand the needs and limitations of the building, limitations being the key word. The building is at over 10,000 feet and is almost 100 years old. So it just can't sustain the level of use it's been getting. So trying to figure out where those guide rails are and trying to figure out how to right size our operations on site. So we'll be getting that report hopefully next year to better understand what the needs are, what our capacity is, and what we can do. The idea, the hope is to reopen the building in its new use in 2026 for its 100-year anniversary. We don't have that fully planned out yet. Again, it's going to depend on what the building can support. But our hope is to bring back some winter recreation activities. We're doing a lot of work with our outdoor adventure and alternative sports master plan, which is looking at Echo Lake Lodge, or excuse me, Echo Lake Park as a hub for activity. So trying to balance some increased winter activities, maybe including ice skating, increased snowshoeing, cross-country skiing, that kind of thing. Trying to determine if the lodge can support some winter operations. The building was designed and built only for summer operations. So trying to figure out what we would need to do to be able to use the lobby to support winter operations. And then in the long term, trying to figure out if we can bring back some overnight use at the lodge. The likelihood of being able to use the lodge again as a hotel is probably not feasible for a number of reasons. But our hope is to be able to use that for programmatic overnight use for groups, for partners, and things like that. So we're pretty excited about it. As I mentioned, it's a historic building, so we're very excited about being able to do some really important work on the building, making sure that we're giving people access to it, maintaining a public use, and also expanding the recreational opportunities that it can support into the future. That's really all I had, just kind of a quick overview, and I presume that there are probably some questions, so I wanted to leave time for that as well.
Thank you, Shannon. That's a great report. That's exciting.
Sure, and I know that there's been a lot of concern, but I just want to assure you all that, like I said, I'm a historic preservation specialist. This is a building that's a high priority for the city and something that we all care about. It plays an important role on the mountain, and we intend to continue to ensure that it can fulfill that role.
A couple questions.
Sure.
And thanks for taking the time to come up here. This is a good opportunity for us. First off, you used the phrase mission-based a couple of times. Yep. Can you just go a little bit further mission it is that you have?
Sure. I would say education is a big part of our mission. So helping people to better understand the wildlife, the natural resources, and the history of the mountain. So we're mountain park system, so our goal is all about public connections. So it's really going to be focused more around education. Whereas the lodge has been used for mostly commercial purposes, we'll be refocusing a lot on education and outreach.
Okay, great. And my staff might already have the answer to this, the people's staff. Are you?
She's on my screen.
Oh, I apologize. It looks like it cut out there.
I'm not
so
on the Zoom though, but she's looking.
No, now it's back.
You are?
We lost one.
Are you hearing me right now?
I can hear you again, but you cut out there for her. So if you asked a
our audio is
question,
not coming through.
We're live. We got hot mics.
Yeah.
They can hear us.
Well,
Shannon, are you on mute maybe?
Nope.
Okay, how about now?
Can you hear me?
There we go.
There. So my next question is, how do you intend to include Clear Creek County as a stakeholder in that conversation about the future use?
Yeah, so we're going to be going through a planning process, and Brad, maybe this would be a good one for you to answer about the outdoor sports and the outdoor adventure and alternative sports master plan process.
Yeah, if I think I heard the question is what role would Clear Creek County participate in our planning process? A significant role. I mean, we would have a robust public process. We value our partnerships with our agency partners up there. Clear Creek County, we're participating in the ROMP process. We work with the Forest Service significantly on Mount Evans Highway. So we don't see that changing. We haven't got to the point where we put that stakeholder list together, but we've had preliminary conversations with Alpine Rescue, with the Echo Mountain. So we're basically starting to put that stakeholder list together, but rest assured that we'll involve Clear Creek County as much as you guys want to be involved, if that is satisfactory with you guys. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Of course, I'm just one commissioner imagining we want to be involved, but being given the opportunity will be appreciated, I'm sure.
Yep, all for that.
And that's it. Otherwise, thank you.
Yeah, you're very welcome. And if any of you have individual questions or want to reach out to me privately, please feel free to do that. I know that there's been a lot of negative media about this, but we're all very excited about what's within the realm of possibility of Echo Lake Lodge, and I'm happy to have conversations with anybody who's interested in more information.
Okay. I think that's all of our questions for now.
On this particular,
a couple of members of the public.
I would like to make a comment. My name is Sally Guinella Buckland, and our family's been in the Empire Valley since 1860. My mother worked at Echo Lake Lodge in the 30s for 9 summers before she married my dad, Byron Guinella, that Guinella Pass was named after. I was very concerned over the last number of years that Denver Mountain Parks has not put money into keeping the lodge up over the years. And then when you decided that to pull the permit from the long concessionaires, that was upsetting. And having to use the porta-johns was distressing. And you say that the leach field failed. I just wish you would have taken measures ahead of time to ward some of this off. And you say that the lodge is greatly, greatly used, and it is, but I just wish that you would have put more money into it along the way rather than shutting the door and raising all this negativity that has come across not only Colorado-wise, but nationwide, because it is a historic, iconic lodge. The building is wonderful, and I realize that you have a history in preservation, but I just wish you would have done more ahead of time rather than shutting the door as you did. Thank you.
That's some pretty amazing family history up there. I would love to see any photos that your mom might have taken. We also have a really cool menu that's from the 1940s that I'm sure you'd love to see from Echo Lake Lodge. So thank you for the role that your family's played at Echo Lake Lodge. Regarding past investments, I think Brad might have a better handle on that number, but it's been something in the neighborhood of $1.5 million that the city has put into Echo Lake Lodge over the last decade. So there has indeed been pretty substantial investment in the building, and that's been in fire suppression. That's been putting in a new leach field about 10 or 12 years ago that unfortunately, like I said, was swamped. Unfortunately, that's not something we can always predict. And I wish that things were a little bit different. I don't like porta potties either. I know that nobody does. But unfortunately, the alternative is allowing the leach field to leak into the lake, and that's not an option. So I hear you on that, and I apologize for that facility failure. That's something that we're trying to resolve and that nobody's very happy about. But as I mentioned, we do have contractors on board who are working on a new design for that will also require substantial financial investment. We've also gotten grants from History Colorado in the past for preservation work on the lodge. And Brad, I don't know if you remember more of the work that we've done and how some of that $1.5 million was allocated over the last decade or so, but we've done quite a lot of work.
I think it's notable a little bit ago, Commissioner Marlin mentioned that he was wanting to know what kind of engagement we can have in planning going forward. And I think Sally Buckland just gave a really good example of why and how our constituents care about that, and how we'd like to make sure that the plan is one that maintains the facility in the end and as much as possible is able to restore and its function as a viable facility over the long haul. A very, very important part. I mean, it's on the it's on the most important commercial scenic byway in the state, of the 20 scenic byways in the state. And so it's really important to us that that facility is in good condition, and remains in good condition going forward. So I would would like to echo and support Sally's concerns and Commissioner Marlin's suggestion that we're able to have an integral engagement with you on how it develops going forward.
Great, thank you for the feedback, and I'm glad that everybody in the room cares about the facility and is invested in it.
Anything else?
Well, that is a good point. I would like to reiterate that for everybody that may not have read the memo that was with this county packet, is that the State Scenic Byways Commission reported Mount Evans was the top byway economic driver of the state. and Guanella Pass was in the 5. And of the 26 byways in the state, over $1 billion has been generated in economic development. So the byways are a critical part of Clear Creek County. And our byway committee, I want to thank everybody that served on our byway committee. And then I'll move to Scott, because I do have a couple questions for you, Scott. Did you have anything to add to the lodge discussion? And then we had a couple more questions about other facilities along the byway.
I don't have anything to add about the lodge.
Okay, thank you. And as far, could you just update us on the visitor center? Will you not be having a presence in the Idaho Springs Visitor Center anymore as Forest Service?
Sure. So kind of moving into the pandemic, we were re-envisioning how we were going to deliver information to the public. The pandemic obviously threw a curveball at everybody about how we were doing that. And we were able to serve the public fairly well remotely, both, old-fashioned telephone, email, our digital media, et cetera. And then we had a retirement in the middle of the pandemic as well. Cass, who was down at the visitor center for a number of years. We have had our office closed to walk-in traffic for about 6 years now. And then we did have presence at the Idaho Springs Visitor Center. That has changed. Again, we're looking how we're delivering information to the public and have reorganized as a forest. Actually, none of our Forest Service facilities are open as your traditional walk-in visitor centers, like you might experience with the National Park Service or other Forest Service facilities. This has been a discussion at NOCO places, so Commissioner Wheelock's been engaged with those. And just shifting how people are receiving information, and some of the data we're finding is most people are getting their information online or through other means than walk-in traffic. So we will not be having a uniform presence at Idaho Springs like we have in the past, but with our new paradigm, we actually staff the visitor center for 15 weekends, which we've never done in the past. We've started doing partnership trainings for visitor centers and other organizations like Idaho Springs Visitor Center to provide Forest Service information, weekly updates to the what's going on in the forest, still staffing phones, returning phone calls. And then we're also, unlike other places in the Arapahoe and Roosevelt National Forest, Piney National Grassland, we do, through a challenge cost share agreement, provide funding to Idaho Springs Visitor Center for them to hire staff to cover some of the walk-in traffic that does occur for Forest Service information. So that's kind of the overview, and I'm sure I missed a lot, so would take any questions.
I don't see any in the room. Are there any questions or hands raised online, Debbie, that you see?
One. Janice Boland.
Oh, okay. Would you allow her to ask her question?
Mm-hmm. Janice?
Hello. This is Jan Boland, and can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. I'm with the Historical Society of Idaho Springs, and we run the Visitor Center in Idaho Springs. And we are where the byway starts. The Mount Evans Byway starts at the Idaho Springs Visitor Center, also Heritage Center. And I just wanted to note here that also the Forest Service has QR codes available at the Visitor Center so that people can gain the Forest Service information as well from the QR codes, which one of our staff helped the Forest Service develop. So it's not that the Forest Service doesn't have a presence, it's just that there's not a physical person there with a uniform that people go to basically first.
Yeah, and I'm, as a recreation student visitor, I'm very much a traditionalist who likes going into visitor centers, but we have found that Idaho Springs Visitor Center is very busy, but the majority of people seeking information are doing it through other means. So we're adapting, adjusting to the new paradigm, and want to support the Idaho Springs Visitor Center for the long run, and potentially add on other locations within the county, like the Georgetown Visitor Center, to help support that a little more as well.
Thank you, Scott. I do have another question on another issue about Silver Dollar Lake Trailhead. And does the Forest Service have any plans for facilities there?
Sure, great question. As folks have been following the CCC romp, there are a number of locations in Clear Creek County and National Forest System land and other jurisdictions that need improved trailhead access, and that would be one of them. We're very hesitant to just kind of one-off try to resolve an issue, because in our experience that never pays dividends. So we'd like the process to play out, see where we need to invest in high priority locations.
Thank you. I would, as I mentioned before, I really appreciate all members of our Byway Committee, Sally included. And I want to make a special thank you to Cassandra from our Tourism Board, because she does a lot of work for the Byway Committee. She does all of our pictures, and when we need to submit things to the State Byway Commission for our annual update and forms, she's been a rock star on the committee. So special shout out. I don't know if she's listening, but thank you, Cassandra, for that. And then Scott, if this is kind of stepping back to the last agenda item, but back to shooting ranges, since that's another special project I have. Do you have any updates on Devil's Nose, please?
Yeah, sure. I was very pleased to join early and see the progress that Clear Creek County is making. I know it's been a definite difficult row to hoe, but Devil's Nose, we're about 60% completion there. The contractor has shut down for the year. We're anticipating that the final construction, depending on weather, will happen June, July next year, with a hopeful opening in late summer, early fall. We have been working with our Office of General Counsel, and Lisa's provided tremendous support there as well for the rec sport shooting decision for closing those unsuitable areas when we opened Devil's Nose in the Clear Creek County range. We made significant progress there as well. So we are also looking at developing a prospectus for an external party to help us manage and run Devil's Nose, similar to what we do with our campgrounds. So we'll be doing a pre-solicitation for that to see what interested parties we might have around December 15th. That'll go out, and Clear Creek County will certainly be involved in that process as well.
That's great news. Thank you. Did you have any other updates, Scott, to share with us while we have you?
I don't have anything specific, but I would certainly take questions from the commissioners or any of the staff while you have me.
I don't think I have any.
No, nothing jumps to mind right off. There was another item I'll contact you with about later, which had to do with an earlier agenda item that we had that I wanted to confirm some information with you regarding a use issue that's completely off the subject of this agenda item. So I don't want to clutter this up right now. So
Actually, I did have a really quick one that is also off the agenda item, but I think it's interesting. 2024 plans are to potentially close the road to the summit all summer in order to complete some much overdue road improvements. Correct, Scott?
Yeah, that's correct. So that portion of road around Summit Lake, if you all drove up there and probably left a little bit of your undercarriage there, CDOT has received a FLAP grant to redo the road surface in there. Just as y'all know, the road, it's very difficult to do construction, so it would have to be a full shutdown for our normal operations and then any recreation events. I think they're coming up with a really good plan. They've looked at a lot of the roads in Alaska and how to manage that water under there, that kind of environment. So more information to come from CDOT when that schedule's more dialed in, but that we're anticipating that season, and we'll see how construction goes. Hopefully it doesn't expand past that.
Perfect. Yeah, I appreciate the Forest Service has let some of our permit holders like Bob Cook Race to the Summit know that there's a good likelihood that there will be no race on 2024, along with any other types of organized events up there.
It's well needed. It's the only place where I've been riding my bicycle up Mount Evans that on the climb I was actually able to get some air off of the frost heaves as you're heading up there. It was pretty significant when you come down that hill and hit the cracks in the pavement that are buckled upward. But no. Thanks.
Anything else, George, Randy?
Yeah, this is maybe just an idle comment, but it seems like the timing is right for the lodge to be reinvested in as well. I know it's a conversation we had a couple minutes ago, but if the road's going to be closed, probably not a better time to look at that lodge facility as well.
Then I'd like to conclude, Chairman, with Commissioner Wheelock, a report on as everybody knows, we have applied to rename Mount Evans, and we have an application for a grant for monies to help us do, if that is approved, to move forward with all of the renaming, because as you can imagine, I think we're the first byway in Colorado to ever rename. If we're approved, and we'll be changing the name in there, the name is all over everything. The State Byway Commission is willing to help us on their website and all of their materials. But could you please give us an update on that grant application and progress?
Sure. Well, the grant application has moved beyond Danielle Blackshear, she's handling the committee that's been evaluating all of the byway grant applications has moved that. They've gone beyond their initial staff comment stage and are moving it on then to final clearances to decide. And we should know by the fall or so, fall or well, it's already fall or winter almost any time. It'll be winter before long. So sometime in the next month or so, I would hope that we would know whether or not we got the grant. The grant was for about $930,000, and it would be to collaborate, to convene stakeholders along the byway, and to bring them all together along with the indigenous tribes to try to determine how to use opportunities within the renaming to redevelop, to help put features at facilities that are in keeping with those facilities, those stakeholders' facilities, the public land managers and owners and elements of the byway, everywhere from, as Jan Bolin mentioned a little bit ago, our historical center, and museum in Idaho Springs, which is the beginning of the byway, and actually the byway goes all the way to the top of Mount Evans and then also over the top and down into Elk Meadow over in Jefferson County. And so there were, and what we've noted up until now is that the byway documentation itself, for example, the corridor management plan for the Mount Evans Byway, has 21 references to history. None of them mention indigenous history at any point throughout the entire management plan. And as you tour the facilities along the way, we find that there's also a complete omission of the thousands of years of history that's come before. And the one thing that we noted for an update on the actual renaming process is we know Squaw Mountain was already renamed to Mount Nestahey. At the federal level, that's a completed project, and we were ahead of Secretary Halen's Executive Order 3404, which would have renamed that anyway had we not already done so. The Mount Evans itself will, on this Thursday night, the second of two meetings at the Colorado Geographic Naming Advisory Board will take place. I think I've heard two versions that they do allow public comment at that meeting and another one that they will not. I haven't confirmed that for Thursday night. But if you just type in CGNAB on Google, it'll pop up Colorado Geographic Naming Advisory Board, and you can find the Zoom link to the meeting at the bottom. And so the purpose of the grant, again, would be to, first of all, be able to bring the different corridor stakeholders together, everyone, well, I can actually look at the budget narrative on this in just a moment. And hang on one second here. And what I'd actually like to do is go through and talk about each of the people in the grant application. It was a grant. The grant has to come either, as you know, if you're especially associated with the byway grant application has to come either from a State Department of Transportation or an indigenous tribe, a federally recognized tribe. And in the case of the federally recognized tribes, since there are still there are 6 different tribes that effectively would be primary stakeholders along of the byway, the Ute Indian tribes, of course, as well as the Cheyenne and Arapaho because of the nature of the renaming. And since they weren't all completely in agreement yet, it made the most sense for the Colorado Department of Transportation to put the grant in. So the grant, we actually built the grant here, but then sent it to Colorado Department of Transportation. And Director Liu actually said that she considered it to be their top grant application for the state when they sent it in. And the people that we envisioned as to work on this in the budget, the primary stakeholders were the Colorado Department of Transportation, who has expressed enthusiastic support of the project. Federally recognized tribes, I mentioned those 6 and have contacted a couple of the tribes, 2 to 3 of them, and they expressed the initial response I got from the Southern Cheyenne and Arapaho in terms of matches and participation was how much do you want and when can we start? So they were pretty enthusiastic about it. The U.S. Forest Service, and I've been in contact with Scott Hawes and Aaron Mayville and Monty Williams about it at different times on this, and have appreciated the help that Scott's given me, orienting me to what some of the potential facility changes could and could not be according to federal standards in the use of the area. Clear Creek County itself, of course, ourselves, I've been working with Lisa on it, and she guided me in helping to build the grant application. Jefferson County and Jeffco Open Space has expressed interest in participating. The Wilderness Society, talked to Paul Spittler there, and they're interested. I did contact Denver Mountain Parks. They showed great interest. The Colorado Division of Natural Resources have been in contact with Tim Mock, and he said that they would be supportive and willing to be engaged, and also suggested that they were interested in helping to get with Great Outdoors Colorado GoCo in order to seek grant funding to help create matches for the federal match that would come in on this. The Colorado Historical Society, and I talked with Holly Norton there, and she said that they're actually what they have with regard to in the Historical Society with regard to indigenously sourced information to help better tell the history of the area that they're lacking there and would love to participate as well and be part of it. Colorado Commission on Indian Affairs, I have not been in contact with Catherine Redhorse, but I do know that they are likely to be extremely interested in an advisory role. And then the Clear Creek Tourism Board, and I talked with Cass about roles that they could play. And the City of Idaho Springs, I've talked with Jonathan Kane. The Idaho Springs Historical Society, I visited the site there, and we talked about potentials for additional display and interpretive history that can go along with potentially with some of the, if it remains there. They were talking about moving some of the stuff down there anyway, but there are some indigenous artifacts there. However, there's really no interpretive history to go with those. And so pretty much all of the people that we've listed and others can be part of that at the end of the day. We'll know whether we got the grant or not. If the grant doesn't come through, what we have done, though, is built a coalition that can still help inform and bring together the tribes so that we have the tribal indigenous historians, the tribal historic preservation officers, and leaders of those tribes to help us understand the best ways to tell that history. So that, and I noted that in your meeting minutes from the last, from your last Byway Committee meeting, that Cass was going to get with our public information officer regarding, how to frame the renaming. And I think it would be a good opportunity to, when she does it, it would be a good opportunity for us as a county to make sure that we're kind of thinking about talking to the folks at the tribes that have done that, because their understanding of what that history really means and how to tell it is, I think, critical to inform us to be able to do it. As I mentioned, the corridor management plan has 21 references to history. And so it's clear that when we've tried to tell the history in the past, that's an element of it that we kind of left out. So the purpose of the grant would be to make that happen. If the grant doesn't come through, at least we've kind of built a framework of collaboration because we have a bunch of people that are already enthusiastically interested in working on the project to make it happen. We'll seek funding from elsewhere. And most of them indicated their willingness to be funding partners for match purposes, and mentioned other grants that may be available also to us to try to complete the work if at the end of the day. And what it could include is it could be everything from, as Scott has mentioned, the typical display panels that you see at the top of Mount Evans. It's possible that something up there would be able to go in to help better explain, further history of the area. The same's true for everything from Mount Goliath to Denver Mountain Parks, of course, being involved with, the Echo Lake Lodge, our own historical society, and then Tom Hobie from Open Space and Andy Kerr, one of their commissioners, were pretty excited about it, and they said they may even be interested in doing some historical stuff or a kiosk down in Jeffco at Elk Meadow, somewhere down in that area, or Buchanan. So there are a lot of, because Buchanan Park is right across the road from the end of the byway. So in any case, that's what we've done. We'll know soon, and then we can talk more about it later. We have indicated, I did my best to try to, you need a subrecipient for the funds, and then someone to act as the fiscal agent, and then the process project managers to collaborate all the people to bring them together in order to decide what would be done at the end of the day. And then it would also actually fund the projects themselves, these historical displays. And the CDOT and the U.S. Forest Service and the larger entities were not in a position to do that. And so into the budget for the grant was built all of those functions to fund those activities, to be the fiscal agent and so forth. And Clear Creek County is currently listed as being the project manager and fiscal agent for that, but it would be funded so that it wouldn't be costing the taxpayer, Clear Creek County taxpayers money other than our relatively small portion of the match. So any questions?
I'll just say thanks for making sure that we've got a seat at the table and talking about how we tell the story of this place.
You bet. It was important to me to make sure that the tribes actually had their seat at the table as well in generating the information and how the story's told as well. And I think as a county, we've done a pretty good job of trying to pay attention to that this time around.
Thanks, Randy. Anything else? Anybody in the room? Lisa.
Okay, well, thank you. I appreciate your time, board. This helps us meet our requirement to keep our scenic byway status, so I think we're good.
Thanks, good work. So the board will now adjourn. We do have an executive, actually, we're not going to adjourn. We're going to move into executive session, but when we go into executive session, we are going to return in 45 minutes. But with that said, board moves into executive session to discuss the following matters.
Pursuant to CRS 24640224B, for the county attorney to conference with the Board of County Commissioners for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions pertaining to collection of tax revenue under Colorado law, and pursuant to CRS 24640224A and E, for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purposes of receiving direction related to the purchase, acquisition, lease, transfer, or sale of any real, personal, or other property interest in mobile home parks currently for sale in Clear Creek County, and 2, determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators with regard to acquisition of those mobile home parks.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Board will now move into executive session. No written minutes will be kept. No decisions will be made. See everybody back at 12:45.
I am gonna
So,
Welcome back, everyone. The board's back from our executive session. We didn't keep any minutes, nor did we make any decisions. Moving on to the update with the IT department. We're running a little bit behind. So with that, I'll turn it over to you, Beth.
All right, thanks. We just wanted to circle back and come and talk to you about some of the IT infrastructure assets that we had requested. We had made a request initially for some ARPA funding to support the resiliency of our IT infrastructure network, which were servers and switches and laptops. And you guys asked us to retrieve some more information about that, and we did. So we went back and got some more information. We went ahead and removed the request for the laptops. And so we did not have the funding for the ARPA items yet. We did go get the information on some cloud infrastructure and what that looks like and how much it costs and what it takes to install. And then the other request that we had made was we have been working off probably a 10-year long-term capital list that started back when Carl Small was still here and had some capital assets that we were supposed to replace in 2023. And we did not get funded for that either. And that was a total of 4 items, which we also brought back for you to think about and ask questions about today. So before you, we have about 6 items that are capital that we really need for 2023 for the IT infrastructure. And we brought some pricing for you, some risk assessment for you. And we're here to really answer questions and see what you might need to hear in order to make a decision.
Nevin also did the.
Oh, yes.
Analysis.
And Nevin, I don't know if I gave you one of these, did some research for us, just comparing some other county infrastructure. I hope it's large enough that you can read it. And
I knew there was a reason I brought these.
There are, mine's on my face.
There's a reason I brought these. This one here.
Hear more about what's on their list, what these things are, why they're important.
Or do you already know?
Or are we clear on that?
For right now, I need a moment just to digest this.
Sure, absolutely.
So what Nevin put together was a list of, 6 different counties and what their IT capital is.
Budgets. These are the 6 items that we're asking for.
Like any capital budget, those probably fluctuate a lot, right?
Yep, sure. Yep.
Eagle County's probably not, or Picken County's probably not spending $850,000 a year every year.
I would expect it to fluctuate.
Picken County?
Yep.
They probably are. Look at their overall budget, 161 million.
Yep.
Different capital requests come around too. It looks like they're doing a project to move from Google to Office 365, it looks like. So they probably have, that's not going to be a capital expense after they do it. So they'll probably get new capital expenses when that comes around too, though.
Well, so you look at, I mean, we're not seeing percentages here. They're not on this sheet, which is, when you see percentage of an overall budget. But I'm looking at the 3 at the bottom of the page, and they all have overall county expenditures that are more similar to ours, although larger, and all of them have considerably smaller non-capital expenditures. That's what I see.
And less staff on those bottom 3 that they're taking care of. I did email Eagle, Gunnison, and Pitkin about their AWS systems and just said, how'd you do it? Was it capital? Was it a grant? And Eagle called me back already and he goes, we need to have a video call. This was a big project, So, I mean.
Well, I have similar, what I'm looking at is San Miguel. I see 3 people, 475,000 on a $27 million budget. population, 8,000. They have a lot of visitation also. They got a lot of people that come in there with Telluride and everything. So I'm kind of looking at that as a similar, and seeing that it's the highest of the three of those on the bottom, which are more similar to our size. The larger ones, I don't see them converted percentage, and it's pretty easy to figure out, but,
Eagle County
80th.
spends half as much as we do on a proportional basis.
Yeah, Eagle County has an 80th, yeah, versus ours, which is, yeah, less than half. And Gunnison even less. 1/150th of their, less than that.
Yeah, it looks, those are probably a capital expense to operating expense with the AWS. So probably capital does shrink with moving the servers to AWS,
Tremendously.
but it transfers some of that to operating. Would that show, do we have operating in? I don't think we have operating.
He didn't put our numbers in there.
Okay.
Those
Or
total,
no, he did put our numbers in there.
Have a look at
It's a different one.
If I look at the total in San Miguel,
Capital.
it's 700 and some. Look, if I combine capital and
Sorry, I took yours. So he put ours.
capital and not capital,
214.
do we have any? So I think this confirmed what our suspicions were, which is compared to our neighbors, we're spending a lot more on IT.
And we also have an older system that we've been pretty much catching up on since John Bottomley was here. I mean, John Bottomley did an awesome job catching up some very antiquated equipment. And
But he also bought more equipment and locked us into insourcing instead of.
on-premise versus on the cloud.
Yeah.
It was cost effective at the time.
But it's, the departments also rely that, you know, the assessors, the treasurer and the clerks, just in this building alone, not Public Works or any of the other outlying buildings, they all rely on that, you know,
On-premise
yearly.
work.
Yeah, and it's built into our infrastructure.
I'm sure that's the other counties are dealing with the same challenges that we are though, right? But they have the same departments that we do. More people and more revenue.
Well, and I noticed that those bottom three counties that we compare with size-wise, they all are kind of on the same kind of system as we are.
But they're paying drastically less.
And they also have less employees.
Is this the capital cost less? Or
Capital is this column right here. Oh, no, I'm sorry, that's FTEs. This is capital.
so it's the capital is this the
But I'm
less?
thinking about how many people we're serving.
Do we know, there are IT expenditures in the sheriff's office budget. Does this include those IT expenditures? And does it include those IT expenditures with the other counties? Do we know if we're looking at apples to apples? Because that's a
That's a great question.
it's a big IT system.
Yeah. I'm not too sure if those are included on these on the county numbers.
Well, our 4 servers that we asked for run everything.
Yep.
They run everything for the county,
Yeah.
including sheriff and the county side.
Question is.
Oh, I'm sorry.
at the very top, all of the specific Spring Creek County numbers, is the sheriff's office in there?
In total
And
expenditures.
is it in the other counties too?
And is it in the other counties too?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because who knows how, we're all,
I'd have to ask Nevin. I don't know. I just got this from him this morning where he said, I'm sick, I can't come in.
yeah, no problem. I'm not trying to do any gotchas at all. I have some questions that can inform what's a long-term conversation
Yeah.
around the cloud thing. The thing I pull out of the memo that I think is the most relevant to today is that we decided today we were trying to move to the cloud. We're a couple of years from being there. And
Can afford based on the numbers that they're getting for us.
Yeah, so I think
It's not affordable.
so where I was going with
Basis
that.
or the conversion or what part of it's not
Can
affordable?
you guys explain?
yeah, so we got the quotes that we can share with you guys from Amazon based on our current infrastructure. So if we jump to the cloud, It was, yeah, I think it was close to about 100,000 on the county side per year.
Yeah, 12,000 a month.
Okay, about 12,000 a month.
But what costs, we also wouldn't have to buy those 4 servers, correct?
Right, but what they're saying is those 4 servers are gonna give you 4 to 5 years of life at $145,000. Going to the cloud's gonna cost us $145,000 every single year.
But aren't there, I mean, the purchase of the machinery is one part of it. There's also the licenses that we would have, software licenses, all the maintenance contracts, all the rest.
You still have to pay for that. They don't, that doesn't come with the cloud. You still have to use your own licensing. You still have to use your own infrastructure.
We asked them that and we would still have to do.
Microsoft, like if you use Microsoft licenses or anything like that, they said that there's a couple of different tiers.
But with all due respect, I mean, when I look at these numbers here, we're missing something and I don't know what it is.
Which numbers?
Which numbers are you looking at?
The fact that our neighbors have somehow found a way to provide these 4 services at a drastically lower price than we are.
On the non-capital stuff you're saying, is that correct? And that's what I see, all of them are.
And just the IT total expenditures,
So yeah, it might even be worth
calling these people back.
trips and finding out what they're doing and what we're.
You know what this also doesn't state is that, you know, we're having to replace the servers and the core switches and the firewall are at their end of life. Now, they might, you know, that might not be for a few more years with any of these given counties.
This goes back to, I think, the question of fluctuation on the capital. We might see if we can try to do a time lapse on it. Might be a little bit more homework, but seeing what 2021 was.
Well, I mean,
for these.
I don't intend to force the mode of analysis. I just, when I look at a capital budget, you just gotta know that that's not real information when you're only looking at 1 year. But I'm not trying to force any certain analysis.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. It would be worthwhile to ask, you know, and see what they show for the prior years and what exactly is in that number. You know, like you guys were saying, you know, does our number include sheriff? Does it not include sheriff? What all departments are included in their number?
That's a good point. And I think another one, although there are some notes off to the side that explain some of that. I think another good point is there sometimes is a correlation between a lack of spending on capital and an increased spending on non-capital expense, because as your capital, as the stuff that would normally require capital expense ages, the older it gets, then your cost of operations go up because you got more patches to make constantly.
Yeah, in the last couple of years, we've made some good steps to a hybrid cloud situation already with application specific, with do a lot more with Zoom phones coming up, and we do have Office 365. So, but in terms of that's been a change of with the finances shifting some of that capital, like versus buying an Exchange server, so to speak, and then moving that to the cloud. So it's just a cost per user. So sometimes I think that would probably show up as a different line item in our finance, right? It'd be operating budget.
It moves from CapEx to OpEx. So we used to have the Microsoft Office in our capital budget. We used to have Adobe in our capital budget. Now all those have moved over to cost per user per month, and they moved into the operating budget, which grows the operating budget. It makes it look like, whoa, what are you guys doing? But at the same time, it's not a capital expenditure anymore. They're charging us per month per person.
Which is why it might be nice to look at the operating. I think probably that's the AWS stuff probably wouldn't show up on their capital. If we did AWS, would that show up capital? Would that show up operating, I guess, on our budget?
Oh, Maria, I looked over where Maria usually is.
Guessing.
Yeah.
Maybe.
And it's a subscription essentially, so
Yeah.
that generally doesn't. That's
Operating.
So, yeah, we can see if we can add operating budget to this too, because I bet that's where that kind of shifts. Yeah.
I'm just reading from the memo. If county leadership prefers use of the cloud, staff recommends investing in a third-party assessment of our infrastructure and a phased solution to cushion the massive change to the network. Sean, how does that recommendation land on you?
I always like to get third parties to come in and look, and they might even be able to help us understand how our neighbors are able to save money.
How am I paying for that?
And the savings that you might see right in these numbers right here.
But I need the upfront money to pay for the study.
I don't even know how much it would cost, but I mean, like I said, this tells me that we're missing something.
I don't
know
either.
what it is.
And I wonder, like, Patrick, you're sort of a third party.
Not a fully disinterested third party.
Not a fully disinterested third.
But in terms of cloud versus on-prem, I don't really have any skin in the game on that. Because, yeah, we still have to wrench on AWS as much as we wrench on a lot of stuff here. So, but yeah, I don't really have any real skin in the game with AWS versus on-prem. Just cost assessment. And yeah, basically, what the system that would be moving pretty much every department's virtual servers from the clerk's office to GIS to the one thing that we do see a lot too is in which I think you might mention in the memo is that, there's Amazon's charges for egress traffic. And that's part of where we don't have final numbers is how much, if you transfer data out of the data center, you get charged for it out of their data center. So it's at a different rate. So that's one thing we couldn't figure out how much traffic would be transferring in and out based on a migration.
You're paying for your own data. You're paying to access your own data back.
I mean,
it makes no sense to me personally, but
whether you own the magnet or not, you're paying for your own data.
I use Azure. I use Azure and AWS for some of my platform development. So writing code for specific things, and it's nice to be able to scale and contract. I think a path to cloud would need to be kind of forged in order to make sure it's not like a big change. If we copied and pasted stuff in right now, looks like it'd be pretty expensive to copy the current virtual servers all the way up to there.
And those servers, the 4 servers are Windows servers, is that right?
Those are, so those are all running VMware.
So they're virtualized.
Yep, virtualized. So yep, they're all running VMware. And so it's basically 4 servers that run, probably 80 virtual servers across the environment. From the sheriff's office, dispatch, jail management to the GIS mapping servers. So they host web maps for people. GIS is an interesting thing as we were talking with the AWS folks, is talking about egress and making sure that, hey, if we download maps, what's that look like? And that can be, if it transfers out of the data center, that might be more expensive. So cost forecasting, we weren't able to really pinpoint at this point with the bandwidth charges. And then the other question too is, as we want to go forward, we want to build in some resiliency, whether we go with on-prem where you life cycle every certain amount of time to refresh your on-prem stuff and have an off-prem environment. That's something we'd like to have longer term is if something happened to environment A, we would like to have an environment B in a position to be able to continuity of government going. So and usually in that situation with AWS, it's like a pilot light system. And that can be kind of 2X, if you a standby system just to have there. So, and in this situation, it would be taking older capital, moving it to an off-prem situation, and then putting newer capital and replicating to that facility. So that's a long-term plan for the continuity that we don't have currently.
What's the regularity of some of these expenditures? I see database licenses, firewall renewal. Is this an every year thing? And what are we doing next year?
Yep. So firewall renewal is, so part of this is we're coming up against the life cycle. Back to your plan, I think John Bottomley had put together some life cycles for these servers and SANs and switches, and they kind of have phased out. But this one, the servers have phased out, the switches are phasing out, and then the firewall itself is, usually that's a 5-year rollout on a firewall. You can extend sometimes, but usually it depends on the firewall manufacturer. But that's one of the things too. A firewall is something that would stay if we lifted and shifted the environment up to AWS or Azure. So we'd still have to have some of the firewalls for compliancy stuff across the environment.
Is that true of any of these other items?
We did talk to them about server or software and licensing and client access licenses. And they told us that we had to bring our own licenses, or they do charge certain higher tier compute power for ones that they include certain Microsoft licenses for. The virtual servers, to your question, most of our server infrastructure is Windows on the virtual side. The core side, it's VMware. It's the hypervisor. And the hard part is, we're kind of at that bad word of tech. We're end of life, right? So it is good to talk about what do we want to do strategically, but end of life is a scary place to be from an IT perspective, because we don't get support from vendors for like the servers in particular. That's one that if something breaks it's not great, and it's kind of.
Do you not get warranty? Do you not get support? Is it both?
Both. Yep.
You need their expertise to fix stuff when it.
And versus like, for example, if you have a warranty, they'll come out, next day, fix it for you, have the part ready. Sometimes you get the 24/7 on these things, and they'll come out within a few hours. But if it's end of life, if it's end of support, no more support for it. They won't issue support. And then if it's end of life, they won't really take your calls even anymore. So. Yep. So that's kind of those bad words that we get to. And I think that's where that life cycle's pushing, basically. And so doing something, whether we try to do some lift and shift to the cloud, or get some of this compute power, reinvigorated here would definitely help, from the resiliency aspect.
So what I'm hearing is we need to put more thought into it if we want to consider moving into the cloud. We're out of runway to put that thought into it.
Well, I don't know if I would say we're out of runway, but if we buy the servers, we've locked ourselves into a new model for the next 4 or 5 years.
Right. So yeah, what's
the real question here? Is the question should we go to the cloud?
The question is, how come we're spending so much more than our
That's where
neighbors?
I'm at.
That's the question.
Or is the question, how best do we address the county organization's IT needs moving forward? Right?
That's my question.
That's the question. I mean, because I'm kind of hearing an assumption that the cloud is the better way to go. And I don't know why we think we know that. Wouldn't we be better served if we're going to spend some money to do a study, to bring someone in and say, how do we meet our IT needs moving forward? As a county that's struggling with its finances,
Yeah. I mean, I'm probably mildly biased towards cloud just because I spend a lot of time in the private industry, and no one is buying servers and putting them in their closets anymore. Everyone is using the cloud just because it's a lot easier and it doesn't require a lot of upfront investment. And I was under the impression that the operational costs were probably lower too, but I could be wrong.
Because that's not what they're telling us, right? I mean,
yeah, what I'm saying, when I looked at the numbers last week and I compared them to, or 2 weeks ago, to things that I see in private industry, I was shocked at the amount of money that we were talking about spending for the amount of headcount. And we're not a software development shop, right? We're county government that has some core services that we need to provide. I just think it's a good time I agree with you. I think it's a good time to take a step back and look at things and compare what the best practices are, compare what our neighbors are doing, and go into whatever we're going to go into with our eyes wide open.
Even if we have to continue to spend a given rate for a few months or several months or whatever it takes to find that information.
Yeah. And I mean, I don't know if you're using the word end of life the way that I think of it. I think of like Windows NT as end of life, right? Like if something goes wrong in it, there's no more software patches, there's no more help, you're on your own. And like there's some people who are still using it. It doesn't mean that it won't work, but I would say an unacceptable level of risk.
Right.
And I've also seen that there are some third parties who might help you get a little more life out of something. But I agree that we don't want to take infrastructure past end of life and run the risk of not being able to offer core services that the public expects from us.
Well, to that end, and so let me ask this, if we punt this decision 6 months, because we're going to do a study, because that's what it's going to end up being, right? It's going to go for an RFP.
Hopefully faster, but yeah.
You're probably talking 6 months.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what
To do the RFP
What's the worst case scenario? What happens in that 6 month timeframe? From a risk perspective.
Sure, yeah, hardware failure from one of the layers of the current core infrastructure. A hardware failure could be a risk we experience, in which case downtime could be experienced and we'd have to.
What kind of downtime and what kind of expense do we talk in that situation?
Yeah.
I know it's hard to say without knowing what hardware.
Downtime for who?
Yeah, exactly. So it would depend on where the failure was. But we'd probably have to revert to backup and restore it to, so we have 4 servers, right? So if, say it's a server failure, we'd have to take those workloads and restore them to the other 3 servers. Or say it's 2 servers go out, we take those workloads and move them to the other 2 servers. So it's basically kind of like a resource management perspective.
So what's a min-max estimation of time on something like that?
In terms of recovery
we're back online.
I think it would depend on the scope, but we do have pretty solid backup methodologies. Depending on, say we lose, doing a full recovery could be, I'd say a week, maybe 3 days to a week.
So a portion of our system might be down for a half a week to a week while you do a recovery, something like that.
Yep, recover the workloads.
Two of them went down and they had to be moved on the other 2. It could be a little longer than that.
Yep.
And what are we not able to do during that week? Because Randy's asking a really good question.
Yeah, so we'd have to prioritize. Yeah, we'd have to prioritize workloads for emergency service, public safety, county operations that are, we'd have to kind of make sure that, the phones and dispatch are ringing and they're able to put their cases in. We'd have to basically maybe prioritize those things versus, but the other services can be deprioritized in terms, it might still work, but they might not be as fast as before.
How old are the 4 servers right now?
I
believe these were bought in 2017.
I thought it was 2016 because they expired in 21 and we had them for 5 years. So.
Our service contract expired, you're saying?
The way it was in the capital was end of life 2021.
And again, is that end of life as we're using
No longer
vernacular internally, or is that end of life as in no more support?
Yeah, from what it looked like, it was no support, but I'll follow up on that.
There's another thing that you're raising a good point, Randy, but the other option is, we don't want to buy the 4 brand new servers now, but if one of them literally fails, which I think statistically is highly unlikely, we could buy 1 server and basically, or buy, yeah.
And that was that would have been my next question, but I didn't catch what George said a second ago, which is what is the cost of doing a server replacement if we had replaced one, even knowing it was a throwaway investment because we might be changing it.
You could resell it afterwards for something.
Yeah. So if it's a server failure, you could buy it one at a time too. Yeah. If it's a switch failure, you could buy that one at a time as well, and as you go along.
And at what cost? Just a general high cost?
I think it sort of depends. That's been sort of like we got some pretty good deals on the current quotes because you're getting 4 of them and they go to bat. But sometimes things change. We've seen some increases this year given the supply chain crunch in semiconductors. So, but I don't see it. It could depend, but anywhere 30, 40 grand for a server.
Okay. All right.
But it might be more.
I just want a rough idea.
Sure.
I think what I'm hearing is that the worst case scenario does not involve someone calling 911 and no one picking up. The worst case scenario involves someone reaching out to the planning department with a permit application and not getting a response. Or, right?
Correct. Yep. From a county perspective. Yep.
And we will be able to manage for emergencies.
We do have some continuity plans so the phones are kind of on their own 911 situation. So we have a continuity thing that if something does break with that, we can have a co-op between us and Gilpin. But so I think that we'd have to deprioritize permitting and prioritize 911 services for sure.
Yep. Yeah, as to 911 is the example.
Exactly.
Yeah.
There's a lot of examples of
jail management.
We want to do well on every single day, but there's
things we have to do well.
And then there's things that you just exactly.
I heard an I think in there.
Yeah.
98% confident that 911 will work when that server goes down?
We like to keep continuity. There'll be a downtime if their server does crash. It would be activating a continuity situation. It would be in a recovery mode. So there would be downtime, which is not great.
Or 911?
Yep. For now.
Currently the situation we've always been in, right? Nothing's new.
Currently, yes. Yep. You mean if something goes down? Yep. Yeah. So
make sure we understand the.
Yeah. So again, if something, like if we had support and something went down, we'd be able to get the hardware fixed pretty quickly. Whereas we'd have to recover to a different set of hardware. So we have some continuity plans in place that we could, depending on what failed. Again, you never know. It could be a bigger failure where it's just risking. There is a pretty significant risk to downtime. Whether or not we can do a recovery time that's faster, that would be our goal. But there would be downtime if whatever server was operating the mapping or the 911, and that's a pretty big risk of the downtime happening and then moving to the net.
So you have 4 machines now, correct? And you have a virtual machine on each machine.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
You have multiple copies of the critical infrastructure already running with some failover that's already in place.
Yep, we actually have, we're running Veeam backups. Basically, we're running Veeam backups every day and every night offshoring those to a data center downtown. But yeah, we actually do VM motion replication between the 2 hosts on each side. So we have the county side and the sheriff's office side, and those are replicating between hosts. But if it's a switch issue, that could cause some connectivity issues.
It doesn't matter if Veeam's expiring next year.
Veeam would be a pretty critical for our recovery time objective. That's the backup software.
And there's things like the firewall. I don't think anybody on this board would argue that we should let that firewall expire. Let's not let that happen, right? That would be silly to operate a county IT system without a firewall.
And a lot of times our needle's pushed, right? Like we can use things for a long time, right? But there are certain things like compliances or cyber insurance or those kind of things will kick in that, oh, you didn't have a firewall, or how old was your server? Or if you assume that risk, it's on us at that case, from a cyber insurance perspective and from a assessment perspective, a criminal justice information's perspective. All these people that look after. I don't know what let's cut sheet on our cyber insurance. I'm not sure if they have any rules for that, but I have seen some rules with newer insurance policies in the private sector about the up-to-date gear.
Yep.
Because they're not going to assume the risk if we do. So we just want to make sure that we're covered in those things, because insurance does become a thing when downtime is associated with it.
I have this, it feels to me like we can manage the risks associated with taking the time to be really thoughtful about how to best meet our IT needs in a way that's cost effective moving forward. That's the sense that I have, is that we can manage that set of risks. I hear you all saying there are risks, and I also hear you saying that you think you can manage them. It's not a 0% chance that somebody could call 911 and not get an answer, but there's not a 0% chance today. And so, I feel like we need to buy ourselves the time to do that analysis. Is there something I'm missing? I don't know that I can have a conclusion that Clear Creek County is worse than all of the other counties on this list on IT, because there's just too many factors. Like, is FTE count the right correlate? Is, all kinds of assumptions are in this thing too.
All the services that we're providing through IT and all the costs in those other numbers from those other counties, because some of them look amazingly lower than ours are. Now, the scale on the larger counties, I kind of understand. There's some economics of scale with the larger counties, but I looked over here and Sean's right a minute ago. I mean, Pitkin and San Miguel are the only ones close, and they're half what we are in operational costs, not non-capital costs. And the others are all tremendously lower than that, And so, something's going on.
Yeah, I definitely want to go back and get a couple more years. And just see, what's in those numbers.
Yeah.
I guess the only other thing that I have to say is I would love to have the opportunity to make an investment that keeps this system from failing, if that's what's about to happen. If it's the firewall, whatever, if it's one of these items, I think the 4 servers.
Those are probably top priority out of all the different things. Yeah.
I know, I was kind of wanting to.
Higher than the other two? Sorry.
No, that's all right.
I believe all 4 were bought in 2016.
They were. They're all the same age.
Same thing.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah.
He did, when John bought the storage networks, he staggered them, but he bought all servers.
Yeah.
Servers and core switches are the big ones. And then the firewall is another big one. But yeah, those are the 3 kind of core components of industry best practice type stuff that we need to have to make sure.
So the first line item of 145 covers the 4 servers.
Mm-hmm.
And then the core switches is the lower. So you got $215,000 worth of servers and switches plus, and that includes time in to get that's a full project description, including time that you put in to get it done.
Yep.
What happens to our current stuff? To go to a landfill or what?
So no, the goal would be with the life cycle is we want to try to move those to a similar place. So when Axiom started, we didn't really have an off-site component to the backup. So what we did is we opened up some storage in a data center we have downtown and have been offshoring our backups.
Who's we?
Axiom.
Okay.
And so that's just something we did just because we weren't comfortable with the backups not being off-site. And so what we'd like to do is have operations off-site. So being able to have a recovery time, they call it the RTO, recovery time objective. So we can we can better answer these questions, right? Like some of the questions we get from OEM are if the dam breaks, how fast can you get back up? Currently we don't have any operations off-site. So we take these and move them off-site would be the goal, or somewhere off-site. So that's the other model of doing that. And that'd be a similar thing too, right? The thing with AWS or Azure is we don't have to worry about floods, but we do have to worry about cyber incidents or something. So we'd like to make sure we have some redundancy is important, lots of backups, lots of options. We like to have options, risk increase, approaching risks of downtime does make us nervous. And yeah, and whatever you guys feel the best way, we can work it. It's just, we're coming up against some hard walls that would make us feel less comfortable and introduce the risk to operational issues, which are just not fun from a computer perspective because it's what people touch every day.
We're running about 15 behind, and I thought you had a meeting you were supposed to be in.
Yeah, I just noticed that too. That was a good important conversation. Do you feel like you have what direction you might need? So I kind of agree with George. I'm not ready to charge down a path that might keep us in this dynamic, which I don't even fully. I have more questions now than I had at the beginning of this meeting. Exactly. But I think finding out why this is and what's different about us or what's different about them or what we can potentially make adjustments to, I think is our next step. And I understand what end of life means. Like I understand we have aging infrastructure, but that's been the case since for quite a while. And this is the first time someone's been pulling on the fire alarm about it. So I have the sense that we have a few more months to do a thoughtful analysis and make a good long-term strategy that's going to get us closer to our neighbors from an operational spend.
Does next steps look like, just building on what you're saying, does next steps look like do a little bit more crunching on this thing? Try to help us understand if you think that, I would love to hear from you 3 if you think there's any potential or zero potential for us to have a third party see something, right? Like if you could kind of give us a general sense of that, and then take some more steps on this so that we think we're looking at apples and apples and can really make some evaluations. Are there any other steps? And then come back post haste?
Well, I think it's interesting. I think it'd be interesting to get an idea of the operating expenses.
Yeah.
Because based on some of the calculations we got, it'd be really hard pressed to see some of the some of the operational costs being reduced on that.
Yeah.
But that's right here in the spreadsheet. We're staring this in the face. Is the second to last column.
Yeah, I think,
Or the last column.
I think for me, first of all, I agree with everything these guys said. I think if there's a glaring need, we need to be prepared we need to have a contingency plan to get things online while we're messing around, still riding in a horse and buggy before we go up and get a Model A. And we need an extra horse or something if there's whatever we needs to be done. But I agree that we need to, first of all, better understand these numbers and then make some decisions based on that. And potentially, I think better understand these numbers and then maybe get out for an RFP and do that quickly. I don't know that we need to look at like Eagle, Gunnison, Pitkin. They mean little to me because they're so different than us. Pitkin's got money to throw away. And, I'm not saying they're throwing it away. Sean may feel differently. I'm looking at the ones that are more like us. Maybe that's not enough data. And I'd like to understand the differences in capital and operating, but mostly operating, to be able to see that. You disagree about looking at those other larger counties?
Gunnison's 15,000 people, we're 10,000 people, although their budget's drastically higher than ours.
Yeah. Their budget's drastically higher and I don't really, and something's funny about that, but Gunnison does have a lot of stuff going on. And so I'm not surprised because Eagle's got a lot more people. Pitkin's not too big, obviously, but that's got Aspen, but Gunnison's got a lot of stuff too. And I think that's part of it. Gunnison's got a ton of energy stuff and other things going on there.
So keep Gunnison and Pitkin or don't keep Gunnison and Pitkin? Since they're the exact same.
Answer is keep who you think is reasonable.
Voting in progress.
Perhaps.
I wouldn't ask you to take any counties off this list of this analysis. There are counties that I'll look at, and I agree with Randy, there are counties that I'll look at and say, yeah, that one's more similar. I'm gonna look a little more carefully at that.
That's all I meant.
But yeah, I think you guys, you know how to perform analysis and
Yeah, I think we need to refine that spreadsheet a little bit first. Let us figure out what it's telling us. And we'll make a decision from there.
And then maybe if there could be a little research done to understand the differences between us and them, that's going to be a little harder to ferret out. But part of it is going to be what's really in their budget versus what's in our budget. Have they got something hidden that we're not even seeing here because it's being carried in another part of their budget somewhere that we don't know? And I don't know what kind of a conversation figures that out. But I think we also really need to let a third party take a look at us, then take that information and give some kind of cursory review from the outside and make recommendations to us as a potential. Maybe this will tell us something and we don't have to do that, but.
The one thing that might be a bit of a shortcut to shortlist that is who is doing IT outsourcing for these different counties, right? Who are they using?
Yeah.
Who are already solving our problem? Something similar to it.
I'm gonna guess they're doing it themselves, but.
I'd be surprised if that was the case across the board.
Yeah.
Especially since they only have one or two.
Like 10 staff. I know.
10 people, I believe, and Eagle with 11.
Yeah.
The ones with 0 to 3, probably not.
Yeah, we'll figure that out.
Yeah.
Can I just make one ask though on the firewall? It expires in February. And I think we're on that 8-week lead time for that.
Yeah, it's changed.
And I'm just a little nervous about waiting till all this is done
Yeah, but they.
to buy the firewall.
I agree with that.
Firewall lead times change.
$100,000 though.
What's that?
That's $100,000.
It's say 165,
For the.
Needed, but it doesn't expose.
165.
I heard
8 weeks lead time which means it's time to let them know.
Yeah.
They are.
Next month is time, at the beginning of 2 to 3 weeks from now, we need to let them know. How soon will the spreadsheet come back?
Do I have to do other stuff or can I just work on that?
Don't ask us.
So.
Spreadsheet's coming back next week, so we can have a budget conversation, because you're gonna make a decision on December 6th in terms of adopting the budget. So the spreadsheet needs to come back next week when we talk budget. If we're gonna get these things inserted into the budget or not.
Yeah, I mean, I know this thing, you all have had as much time to look at it as I have. I think
Yeah.
if we even had one more,
Got it.
probably bring us some better, bring us some more thought about this. And so, the outstanding questions are, do you have any sense that there's any potential in bringing a third party in and that there's potential we could actually see something or not? And yeah, I mean, that's, I want to early, I'm only going to take the bet if you tell me I'll win.
So, so in terms of what we need to do for the spreadsheet, we need to make sure there's specific data you really want to see.
Like what's in their numbers?
Yeah, just differentiation, how we can.
To confirm, because what I'm looking at is I'm seeing 1.7% for Pitkin of their total expenditures, 1.6% for San Miguel of total expenditures. That's a column that I was kind of wishing I could see in there, but just did. And then I'm seeing, I'm seeing, yeah, and those are kind of similar. Then they just go down from there. I see 1% on Lake County. Yuma County is, I don't know what they're doing, if they just have calculators and legal pads down there. I have no clue. That's off the wall. But, so, and we're at 3.4%. So we're double the next highest thing on this spreadsheet. And I'd like to understand those differences and make sure that we don't have any, and make sure that we're comparing apples and apples in terms of full expenditures in the county for services provided within that line item.
Right.
They don't have something buried in another line item that's deceiving us right now.
Right.
I think to the beginning conversation, if there is some attribution about where the money in the county is being spent, like we mentioned, we don't know whether our number includes sheriff's department. I sure hope it does. Or whether that's true of the other numbers as well.
Yeah, that's the kind of stuff, apples and apples.
Yeah, and then just one other curiosity I have that I'd love to hear you guys after some thought. Is correlating to FTE count the right model here even? Like, is that even the right model,
I would think so.
I think it has.
Talking countywide, those are the users of the system that we're.
Yeah, and how many people we respond to in work orders and grades.
Well, I can guarantee you there's a correlation. I'm saying it's correlating to the right mode of analysis. Is there something else that we need to be looking at? So that's why I keep saying, you guys do the analysis that you think is excellent, because I have some serious questions about whether looking at FTEs only is the right approach.
I was looking at the spend.
Yeah, and that might not be the right approach either, because you look at Gunnison County and something's wrong, weird there.
There's
you look
less
at
than ours.
population versus total expenditures. Gunnison County is a gigantic county area-wise. That may be part of it, but.
Yeah, so I don't know what's going on with Gunnison County's budget, but anyway, what I'm trying to ask is very generally, make this analysis yours. Let us know the results of it.
In 5 days. I'm just kidding.
No, 3.
Yeah, and we also need to make sure that we include the sheriff if that is accounted for.
Oh, in that spreadsheet.
Yeah, because the numbers might be extremely skewed.
It's only 2 days because the package.
If they don't include that.
Or if they're $22 million budget, and 10,000 people, 9,000, and
things like
Gunison's got the same number of.
Yeah.
These guys too.
All right.
Shoot it.
Brian, now do you have what you need?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
So I know we could talk about this a while longer, but thanks for all this good research, for asking these good questions. So I'm gonna have to step out for a half hour behind, but I think this is the last today, correct?
We have 6:30.
Your last.
Well, it's the last one until the evening. Yeah, right now. That's what I'm saying. That's the romp is the last one until the evening.
Thank you.
Thanks.
You're the temporary chair, right, Randy?
Yeah, yes, I am. And our next item is the Clear Creek County romp update with Amy Saxton and Julie Shapiro. I'm sorry, we're running about 25 minutes behind. And
Debbie, can you bring Julie over as Julie Shapiro?
You guys ready?
Go.
All right. Thank you, commissioners. Today we are providing you with our first and an initial project update on the Clear Creek Recreation and the Outdoors Management Plan. We provided you with some material, a research summary, and an initial work product from some of the stakeholder group. It's called the Planning Partners Team. I wanted to start by reviewing some of the, bringing you back in time a little bit and reminding you as to why we started this whole thing. As you may recall, we did some work as a county to identify all the disparate recreation work that was happening. And that led us to form a recreation department. One of the first things we realized we needed